And it looks like we are now streaming live on YouTube. Good morning and welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. It is Tuesday, February 15th, and we are assembled around our electronic horseshoe streaming live on the HHS channel of the Maine State Legislature's YouTube, where you can find the replay of today's proceedings as well as all of the previous meetings of our committee. We will take, I'll take this opportunity to make introductions, starting with Representative Lemelin. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Michael Lemlin. I represent House District 88, Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Noblesboro.
And Representative Zager, please introduce yourself. Looks like he's just... Representative Zager.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Sam Zager. I represent District 41 in Portland. Sorry for being a little tardy.
That's quite all right. Senator Baldacci.
My name is Joe Baldacci. I represent the city of Bangor in the town of Herman in Senate District 9. Thanks.
And Representative Perry.
Good morning. I'm Ann Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes the communities of Indian Township, Baileyville, Barron, Calais, Charlotte, Robbinston, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
And Representative Griffin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levant, and Kudeske.
Representative Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is John Connor, and I represent part of Lewiston.
And Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Madigan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Colleen Madigan. I represent House District 110, which is part of Waterville and part of Oakland.
Representative Javner.
Good morning. My name is Representative Kathy Javner. I represent House District 141, which includes the towns of Alexander, Burlington, Chester, Cooper, Crawford, Danforth, Dennysville, Lakeville, Lee, Lowell, Mattawamkeag, Medibemps, Princeton, Springfield, Talmadge, Topsfield, Vanceboro, Waite, Wynn, Carroll, Codyville, Drew, Grand Lake Stream, Webster, Barry, Cathants, Edmonds, Marion, Big Lake, Brookton, Forest City, Greenlaw Chopping, Cassuth, Lambert Lake, Kingman, Prentice, Twombly Ridge, and Whitney.
Thank you, Representative Javner. And Senator Moore.
Good morning. I'm Mary Ann Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan and Hancock County. And I will not begin to recite the towns that are all in Washington County.
And I am Representative Michelle Myers, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is all of Elliott and parts of Kittery and South Berwick. Joining us this morning are the folks who make it all run smoothly, our analysts. Anna.
Hi, I'm Anna Broom. I'm one of the two analysts for this committee, and I work in the Nonpartisan Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
And Sam.
I'm Samuel Seneft, and I'm the other OPLA analyst.
And our clerk, Karen.
I'm Karen Thomas, and I'm the clerk for the committee. You can email me at hhs@legislature.maine.gov. Thank you, Representative.
Just looking at all the boxes to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Doesn't look like it. So our agenda this morning includes two public hearings, 1791 and 1790, which is the order we will hear those bills in this morning. This afternoon, we'll hear from the department on non-emergency transportation as well as on a lift report. We'll take testimony in the following order: the legislator introducing the bill, any legislators to follow, those in support of the bill, those in opposition, and then those neither for nor against. You may submit written testimony up until the end, up until the day of the work sessions on these bills. We ask that you not use the chat for any policy-related comments or questions. And if we've missed you and you wish to testify, just raise a hand and one of us, Karen and I, will be watching the attendee list and bring you over. For the uninitiated to Zoom public hearings, you'll be brought over from the attendee room, and you'll experience a bit of deep space before you land here with us. Just hang on. I'm not sure that we'll require a 3-minute clock on testimony today. However, if and when we do, you'll be given a signal at 2.5 minutes, and we ask you kindly try to bring your testimony to a conclusion. Doesn't look like we have a very long list on either one of the bills in front of us today. So with that, I will ask that Representative McDonald, is she here?
I do not see her, Representative.
I do not see her either. Well, let's give her a minute. She is introducing LD 1791. And I will send her a quick text. She will be along in a minute.
I've just promoted her.
Thank you so much. We will give Representative Stover a chance to introduce herself, and then we'll go right to Representative McDonald. Morning, Representative Stover.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, Westport Island, and South Bristol. Oh.
And we welcome Representative Genevieve McDonald to introduce LD 1791. The floor is yours.
Good morning and nice to see everyone again. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I am Representative Genevieve McDonald of Maine House District 134, and I'm testifying before you today as the lead co-sponsor of LD 1791, an act directing the Department of Health and Human Services to provide notice to hospitals of nursing facility closures. In August of 2021, the Island Nursing Home on Deer Isle announced that staffing shortages were forcing the facility to close. This sudden announcement came as a shock to our community. Families were left wondering where their loved ones would go and if suitable long-term care could even be found. Our local hospitals and healthcare facilities did not receive formal notice of the impending closure, and instead were informed by the local rumor mill, rumors which unfortunately turned out to be true. This is not a collaborative approach to addressing a crisis. The goal of this bill is to require the Department of Health and Human Services to provide hospitals with official notice of an impending closure shortly after HHS and families have been notified, so that our hospitals can be better informed and better prepared. From the moment the closure was announced to this day, I continue to be closely involved with the Island Nursing Home and the families that have been affected. I served on the Island Nursing Home Task Force to develop a reopening plan, and have recently been asked to join the Board of Directors to bring that plan to fruition. I've spent countless hours trying to find solutions to the numerous challenges that led to this closure, and sadly have offered my condolences to family members who lost a loved one immediately after transfer. This bill will help our hospitals be better prepared to serve patients and their families. It will create a formal chain of communication that is not dependent on the reliability of management of facilities that are closing. Please find a path forward to support it. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions from the committee.
Questions for Representative McDonald? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a number of folks coming over to provide testimony in favor of the bill. And I see Jeff Austin, welcome. You're on mute, Jeff.
Sorry. Good morning, Representative Meyer, members of the committee. My name is Jeff Austin. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Hospital Association to speak in favor of the bill. First, I want to thank Representative McDonald for presenting the bill and stepping in for Senator Lucchini, who we originally asked to sponsor the bill. I have 3 pages of testimony to you. I'll walk you through it, but at the end of the day, what we're asking for is upon notice of a closure, which happens once or twice per year, DHHS write a 4-sentence email that should take about 30 seconds. We're simply asking for an email from DHHS that says, "Dear hospitals, nursing home X located in the town of Y has submitted their notice of closure. Attached is their DHHS approved plan of closure. Have a nice day." That's it. 30 seconds for each closure, 1 or 2 per year. Why? As Representative McDonald said, rumors swirl. Some of the rumors are false. Some of the rumors are half true. Some of the rumors are true. But a nursing home closure, the loss of beds in a community, and really now hospitals are placing patients all over the state, loss of beds anywhere, is disruptive to our discharge planning. So we would like to have official word with official dates when they're available. The original draft of the bill, I think, had a couple of complications for DHHS. I appreciate that DHHS talked to us and that Bill Mateo explained a few things to us that we didn't understand. So at the 3rd page of my testimony, we have an amendment. A couple of things we'd like to do different. One is there's a state law, the process, as I understand it, works like this. If a nursing home is going to close, they need to send a draft plan of closure to DHHS. DHHS then works with the facility and eventually approves that plan of closure. Once that plan of closure is approved, the facility then decides when to provide its notice of closure. First confusing issue. Our state law, which I've given you a copy of, requires that notice to be provided 30 days before closure. Federal regulation, which I've also provided you, requires that notice be provided 60 days in advance of closure. So we had to rework the wording of our proposed bill. I didn't know the federal standard was different. It was a 60-day standard. The second change is that originally we thought we were being good by limiting the number of hospitals that would be notified of the closure to sort of those in the geographic area of the nursing home. But that means DHHS would have to create something that doesn't exist, a list of all hospitals in that county and within 25 miles. Forget it. Don't do any additional work. They have a listserv that has every hospital in the state on it. Just use that. And quite frankly, given the desperate need for beds, every hospital is potentially going to call every nursing home in the state. So I'm happy to walk you through more of it. There's others here supporting the bill that can help you understand the need for it in the real world. But at the end of the day, we're looking for a 30-second email once or twice per year. And we're not looking to jump ahead of families in terms of, or DHHS in terms of notice. So it doesn't solve major problems, but it erases a small problem, which is chasing down rumors, which is a headache. So with that, I'd be happy to conclude my testimony and take any questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions for Mr. Austin? Seeing none, thanks for being here.
Thank
And we'll go to hang on for just 1 second here. Cindy Wade, did we lose you? No, there you are. Good morning.
Good morning. So good morning, Representative Meyer and members of the committee. I'm Cindy Wade. I'm the president of Lincoln Health, and I'm here to testify on behalf of Maine Health in strong support of LD 1791. As you know, Maine Health is a nonprofit healthcare system that provides the full continuum of healthcare services to the residents of 11 counties in Maine and 1 in New Hampshire through its 9 local health systems, including Lincoln Health. Our critical access hospital provides the full spectrum of health services, including acute inpatient care. But our two campuses in Damascotta and Booth Bay Harbor also offer a full continuum of independent living, assisted living, memory or cognitive care, and skilled and nursing facility levels of care. The COVID-19 pandemic has put tremendous pressure on every aspect of our healthcare system and has exacerbated a long-standing challenge related to our ability to move patients to the next appropriate level of care. I'm in the unique position of seeing the impacts of this crisis both as a hospital administrator and as a long-term care provider. And I can say with certainty that I have never seen anything like this in my career. In the recent weeks and months, the Maine Health System has averaged over 100 patients awaiting discharge from the hospital to either a skilled nursing or a long-term nursing care facility. This bottleneck results in longer wait times in our emergency departments, delayed surgeries and procedures, and most importantly, is not patient-centered care, as individuals are not being cared for in the appropriate setting. Our long-term care providers are not at fault. They have reached a breaking point due to chronic underpayment, an exacerbated workforce crisis, decreased capacity, and the clinical challenges related to providing care to the vulnerable population during a pandemic. From our perspective, in fiscal year 2021, we operated with a $4 million shortfall, nearly $2.7 million more than was budgeted. We are currently recruiting for 54 open positions, and our vacancy rate for CNAs is over 20%, while our RNs is 36%. Due to the workforce crisis, our occupancy rates at our nursing facility ranges from 21% to 28% behind where we were prior to the pandemic. We currently have almost 115 people waiting a bed at one of our facilities. Due to these challenges, 3 long-term care facilities have recently closed in our area. Each time we have learned about their closures, either in the media or because a family member of a displaced resident has called us in tears asking if a bed is available in one of our facilities. The legislation before you today will not solve our current crisis, but the simple act of receiving advance notice of a nursing home's impending closure will better prepare an impacted hospital in its discharge planning efforts, and we ask you for your support. The pandemic has illuminated how fragile our system of care is, and we look forward to working with you to ensure the system has the support it needs to ensure our communities have access to high quality, affordable, and equitable care. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Representative Stover.
I just wanted to recognize Cindy Wade as a colleague and a friend. I serve as a trustee at Lincoln Health, and I want to speak to her testimony and say that she has provided incredible leadership over the past 2 years under incredible duress. And we do have a high quality system of care in Lincoln County for long-term care. And I just want to acknowledge all of the yeoman's work she's done. The part she didn't mention is that she's also a nurse and she's on the campus every day. So thank you, Cindy, for your work.
Thank you, Representative Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that testimony, Ms. Wade. My question is, are all of the healthcare systems, are they a pretty tight-knit community? Do they all work together hand in hand on a daily basis usually? And the reason I ask this is because I'm wondering if it makes sense to cut out the middleman, i.e. DHS, and if these hospitals and their boards of directors are always in constant contact with each other, would it not be better if this information of a closure or an impending closure come directly from that particular hospital to the other facilities rather than go through DHHS? I'm just curious. I'm not in the industry, so I don't know. So if you could shed some light, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
That's a terrific question. Thank you, Representative Connor. So in my opinion, I would say, yes, we are fairly close knit and we do have continuous conversations. However, probably not daily. I know in the health system of Maine Health, we do talk about bed capacity on a daily basis, but that's not necessarily true with all the rest of the healthcare systems. And I think the issue here is that you would rely on an overtaxed, potentially closing facility to have to then take one more step to notify every organization and hospital and facility to let them know that they're closing and pending closure. I think the step of having the department send, that one email out, even if it was to the main, one out to say, we're closed, this is a closure, this is when it's happening, this is where it is, would just be streamlined and would depend on one group doing it versus potentially multiple.
Madam Chair, if I may follow up.
Absolutely.
So it sounds like all of these healthcare facilities, they don't have a distribution email list that DHHS has.
I would ask Jeff Austin if he knows the answer to that, being at the MHA. I know we have an MHA organizational email list, but I don't know that every hospital has every single on a distribution list.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the latitude.
Seeing no other hands up, thank you for being here today. We'll hear next from Elisa Harvey McPherson. Welcome.
Good morning, Representative Meyer and committee members. My name is Lisa Harvey McPherson, and I'm here today to speak in support of this bill on behalf of Northern Light Health. The bill before you addresses a significant challenge that occurs when a local nursing facility issues a voluntary notice of closure. And the issue, as you've heard, is the lack of formal notice to the regional hospital that also cares for that community. I'm going to talk about a recent example, but what I want to emphasize, this is simply an example of a reoccurring pattern of the challenge that occurs when nursing homes close. And as Jeff mentioned, this happens 1 to 2 times per year. Last year, leaders at one of the Northern Light Health hospitals heard a vibrant discussion and conversation in the local community that the local nursing facility was going to close. It was only after there was widespread discussion in the community that the nursing leadership at the hospital did receive communication from the facility administrator that yes, indeed, it was true that the facility was going to close. This has significant impact on our regional hospitals. When patients are determining what nursing home is the best fit for their clinical needs and the needs of their family to support their care in a facility, it's that local nursing home that is by and large the first choice of where they want to go so that they can be close to their family and their friends, both for skilled admissions as well as long-term care placement. It's critically important that the hospital knows when that is no longer going to be an option for the patients in our care. Additionally, nursing facilities transfer patients into the hospital when they have acute medically complex needs, and it's important for that hospital to know what impact, if any, that facility closure will have on that discharge plan for the individual that has come from that institution. Jeff spoke about the closure notices and the Department of Health and Human Services, CMS, as well as the state law. I won't repeat his testimony, but I will state our goal is to have a formal structure for the hospital to receive notice after the patient and families have been notified. I absolutely understand how disruptive it is when information gets out into the community prematurely, when an administrator is executing a finely crafted communication plan, navigating all of the challenges that occur when a nursing facility closes. We're not asking for any premature notice, but it does seem reasonable to notify the hospital after the patient and the families have been notified. And if I may talk about the structure of communications to address the last question that occurred. Health systems that own nursing homes or affiliated with nursing homes clearly have more mature communication infrastructures, in that if a Northern Light nursing facility were to close, I clearly understand that and we're involved in that process. The issue becomes when you have independent nursing homes that are outside of the health system structure and that facility closes. Is it simply a phone call to the local nursing home, which is an important component of this, but it has broader implications. For example, Our regional tertiary hospitals like Eastern Maine Medical Center very often have 50 or 60% of their residents from very, very rural communities. That local nursing home wouldn't necessarily think all the time to notify Eastern Maine Medical Center of their closure if they're in a rural remote community and let their local community critical access hospital know. So the most efficient process really is the structure that we've recommended in this bill. Ask the Department of Health and Human Services to issue one email to all hospitals across the state with factual information regarding the closure of a facility. And with that, I welcome any questions that you have.
Questions for Lisa? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. That concludes testimony in support of the bill. Is there anyone in the attendees that would like to provide testimony in favor of LD 1791? No hands are raised, so we will move on to testimony against the bill. And I would welcome Angela Westhoff. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, Representative Meyer and distinguished members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Angela Westhoff, and I serve as the President and CEO at the Maine Healthcare Association. We represent approximately 200 nursing homes and assisted living and residential care facilities, also known as private non-medical institutions. Our mission is to empower members to ensure the integrity, quality, and sustainability of long-term care in Maine. On behalf of our membership, I'm pleased to provide comments on LD 1791. We very much appreciate the intent behind this proposed legislation. In fact, we've had conversations with our hospital colleagues and shared our concerns with the bill language in advance of this public hearing, and this may be one of those situations where we respectfully agree to disagree. Our concerns primarily center on the timing of the notification. Federal and state regulations outline the voluntary closure process for nursing homes. The state of Maine, as you've heard earlier in testimony, requires at least a 30-day notice. When nursing facilities make the very, very difficult decision to close, they are required to notify the Department of Health and Human Services and file a closure plan. It is important to understand that the notice to the department is just the first step. The plan may not be approved initially, and subsequent revisions may be necessary. And actually, on rare occasions, we are aware of at least one facility who ultimately rescinded their closure plan altogether. While we appreciate the hospital's desire to receive notice of nursing facility closures, MHCA members are deeply concerned about possible unintended consequences when a notice is being made in a very small or rural community. We would not want to cause any undue stress on residents or staff if a closure announcement is made prematurely. It is very unsettling for residents to learn that their home is closing. Moreover, there can be a long lag time between the announcement of a closure and when the last resident is transferred out of the facility. This time is also very difficult on the staff who remain to care for the residents as they transition. Unfortunately, we've seen 5 nursing home closures recently, and the time that it takes to close each home is different depending upon the number of residents, the needs of each resident, and the number of nursing home beds or community options in the area. Even though notice is given, the nursing home cannot close until all residents are safely relocated. We believe that increased communication and sharing of best practices between hospitals and local nursing facilities may be a better path to pursue, given the delicate nature of facility closures. MHCA would welcome a discussion with our Maine Hospital Association colleagues to develop collaborative solutions that meet the needs of both nursing homes and hospitals. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Westhoff? Seeing none, Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Westhoff, I really appreciate what all the work that nursing homes have been doing, especially during this pandemic, as we've said before in other bills hearings. My question is, what is the potential harm of this notification being given even on a provisional basis, recognizing that CMS may, or some other player may, ultimately disapprove or require revisions, what would be the harm of even a provisional notification?
Yeah, I thank you for the question, Representative Zager. I think it really gets down to the undue stress. So if the nursing home facility has just made the initial file for their plan of closure, there's potential back and forth between the department. And so at that point, we wouldn't want that notification to be public. That would cause undue stress on the residents if they haven't been told yet, or their family members. So for a notice to go out over a listserv to all of the hospitals in Maine before the residents are even notified, it's sort of that issue of timing. This is a delicate matter, and it is very emotionally unsettling for those families, and particularly the residents, as well as the staff that work there. So we would want the timing to be appropriate and not getting it out too soon. I hope that answers your question.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Sam.
So if, what about notification after, or when the simultaneous notification, when the families are notified pursuant to either the state or the federal requirement, 60 or 30 or 60 days?
Yeah, also a very good question. And I've given some thought to that. I think the tricky part would be for when the department would know that all of the residents, their family members have actually received that notification. So that would have to be sort of a dance that would need to be done between those facilities and the department to know when that notification had been made. I think personally, we feel it's very important that the residents and families be notified first, because likewise, they could be hearing rumors from physicians in their community that work at the hospital that, ran into somebody's caregiver in a grocery store. So again, I think it's a timing issue.
So you want to make sure that the hospitals are notified only after the last family member or the last resident's family is notified, as opposed to the first, the initial notification. That's the distinction?
Yes. Yep. And I think it would be difficult for the department to know when that last family member of a resident has been notified. So that would be sort of the sticking point for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I guess that those are the same kinds of questions that are rambling around in my head, whether rumors are more detrimental than knowing, where families can plan and work. But maybe I'm wrong, but I thought I heard the Maine Hospital Association say that they wanted the notification after families were notified.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Representative Craven. I agree with you that the important part of this whole equation, and it sounds like Mr. Austin has proposed an amendment, which we haven't seen yet, that may add some additional clarity on the timeline. But I think for us, that's really the question, is at what point the notification gets made.
Representative Connor.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Is there harm in or are there side effects or unintended consequences of notifying hospitals in southern Maine and far western Maine about a closure in Aroostook County? Does every hospital in the state need to know this information, or is it just a flooding of an inbox? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative Connor. Yeah, this morning was the first that I heard that the notification would be made over a listserv to every hospital in the state. And my initial reaction was, I kind of took aback a little bit with that statement. I can appreciate trying to reduce the workload on the department. I think every one of us is dealing with short staff situations across the state, regardless of discipline. So if it's problematic for the department to try to figure out geographic locations in 25-mile radius, again, I understand that there's an amendment to the bill, but we haven't seen that language yet. So I don't know that there's harm. I guess I would question why the entire state would need to be notified. But again, this is the first we're hearing of that. So it'd be worth a conversation with the Hospital Association for sure.
Representative Perry.
Thank you. Actually, I guess the question I have is the difficulty of rumors and what it means for people who work at the facility as well. and also the community, having been part of a closure that really upended the community, and that was in Calais. That late notice really affected the community extremely, yet the rumors were there because families were looking to make changes and people talk to each other. So, you know, your concern about rumor, I guess I'm wondering, is that really going to make the difference?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. You know, having been through a few closures of late, you know, to your point, it is very upsetting and unsettling for the residents, for the family members, and for the community as a whole. Oftentimes, these nursing facilities are large employers. And so when that closure is announced, it's very detrimental to the community. It's upsetting, right? So, I mean, I think to the extent that we want to operate from facts and not conjecture is key in this bill. So again, we would reiterate our concern for the families and the residents that they be notified first, and that hospitals could receive notification after that fact. And I'm not sure at what point that's clear to the department. And I know Mr. Monteo, I see that he's been beamed into the room. Maybe my colleague could offer some greater clarity on that, because I don't receive closure notification plans myself. But I'm sure there are others, Representative Perry, who could speak to that more clearly than I can. But thank you for the question.
Seeing no other hands up, thank you, Angela, for being here. I assume that you'll be available for the work session when that occurs as well.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
We'll move on to Director Bill Monteo. Welcome.
Thank you, Representative Meyer. And I promise that I won't lose power to this time. I apologize. That there was a fire in my community the last time I appeared before you, and they shut power to the entire community. Representative Meyer, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services, I'm Bill Monteo, the Director of the Division of Licensing and Certification, and I'm here today to speak in opposition to 1791. The bill requires the Department of Health and Human Services to provide notice of a nursing facility's voluntarily closure to all hospitals. And I've heard Mr. Austin speak of an amendment, so I'll modify my testimony because I haven't had the opportunity to look at that. Nursing facilities are required to submit closure plans to us as the CMS state agency, consistent with CMS regulatory requirements, which Mr. Austin advised you was a 60-day requirement. There are very specific criteria within the federal regulations, and he has, I believe, provided those to you, but I can as well, that nursing homes have to follow. The administrator of the nursing home can be held personally financially liable for federal penalties for failure to comply with these requirements. And that's some pretty strong teeth from the federal government. Providing this notice within 2 days would likely result in hospitals and hospital staff being notified of pending closures prior to the facility's ability to notify staff and residents, because the federal regulation requires the notice that facilities give to families and residents to include the statement that the plan has been approved by the state agency. So when we receive a plan requiring us to notify hospitals within 2 days means that hospitals will be notified before the nursing home is even notified of their plan's acceptance. Voluntary closures are strictly regulated by CMS. When they do occur, nursing facilities have already stopped taking in new patients from hospitals. And once DLC could report the closure and send a notice, hospitals will have known of the closure considerably earlier than it would be possible to notify them. I would recommend that the hospitals and the hospitals and the nursing homes need to have better collaboration and discussion. And, you know, I'm pleased to hear Ms. Westhoff speak about possible collaboration between the two associations, because personally, I think the discussion needs to happen even before notice of closure to see if there's something that the communities, the hospitals could do to kind of avert this. I will reference in the federal regulations, there is language, and I will read it to you, that says, quote, although not required, facilities are encouraged to provide notice to other entities that are impacted, such as their employees, union representatives, vendors, community partners, hospitals, home health, and dialysis. So there is a strong encouragement, and, you know, from a regulatory standpoint, we could, as part of the closure, reiterate that in our notice of a plan's approval, that the facility should notify the hospital. But the other thing that I would point out is hospitals, certainly the main players, the main large hospital organizations in Maine own nursing homes, and those nursing homes are part of the Maine Healthcare Association. So I really think, as Ms. Westhoff alluded to, that some further dialogue and discussion really needs to happen at that association level to see if there's some way that they could come up with a plan that would work. I appreciate the Maine Hospital Association's willingness to decrease our workload. I would just add that the federal regulations do require hospitals to start discharge planning immediately upon admission of a resident. So the concern about a local hospital not being aware of a facility's closure, really, once the decision is made to admit a resident, the hospital's planning team should be reaching out to the nursing facility that resident came from to start the discharge discussion and discharge planning immediately upon that admission. So that should already be occurring. I'd be happy to address any questions that the committee has. Oh, one other thing that I would add, and I apologize, is the suggestion of us including the facility's closure plan and notice to hospitals is strictly not possible. The closure plans are federal authority because they're complying with CMS federal regulations. So release of those closure plans is subject to CMS FOIA requirements. They're not, we as the department are not able to release those plans.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Zager, question for Director Montejo.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Director Montejo, thank you very much for your service to the state. I have a question regarding, in your testimony, you said that providing notice within a couple business days would likely result in hospitals and hospital staff being notified prior to the notification of residents, staff, and families of residents and staff. What is the process whereby the facilities, you may not, I don't know if you know this, but what if that is your concern, what is the process whereby they are making that notification? Is it an email? Is it a letter? Is it a notice, in the resident's room? Do you know how that process is occurring? And since it seems to be an important point that you and Ms. Westhoff have raised.
Yes, the regulations require that the facility provide written notice, and that written notice has to include language that the closure plan has been approved by the state. The regulations also require that the written notice is accompanied, essentially provided in hand by a staff person to a resident who is there to ensure that the resident understands the notice and can address questions immediately. And it's usually done by the social worker. So the facilities don't have enough staff to immediately notify, if they're a large facility, every resident at the same time. It's usually done on the same day. But once we've approved a closure plan, and the approval process is really a review to ensure that it meets the regulatory requirements. And as Ms. Westhoff has alluded to, it's rare that we approve a plan that's submitted. It's usually things that it's rejected for that don't meet regulatory requirements, and they have to correct and resubmit. So it can be a little bit for that, but the facility notifies the resident first, or the guardian if the resident is incapacitated, and there has to be an opportunity for a question and answer session with that individual. So the risk and the concern with the timelines outlined in the bill as it reads is we could, by this statute, be required to give notice to hospitals before facilities have an opportunity to notify residents and families. And particularly in smaller communities and more rural communities, the people working in the hospitals are more than likely than not related or know people that are in the nursing facilities. And that would lead to the rumor mill and psychosocial harm to the residents.
Representative Zager, does that answer your question, or did you have another?
Well, I guess I have another. I'll defer. Representative Connor, I think, has a question. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mateo. Do you have the numbers of the number of facilities have submitted notice of closure? But then as they go through working with the department, they eventually realize that they don't need to close and they for whatever reason stay open. Is that a thing? Or once they submit, is it pretty much a foregone conclusion that they will be closing?
No, there's 2 facilities that have submitted closure plans that we rejected, and then prior to resubmitting, have contacted us and said that they're rescinding their closure plan process. There are also facilities, and one which you heard to earlier, which submitted a closure that prior to the termination of their license contacted both CMS and us to do a temporary suspension and wanted to pursue the opportunity to reopen. And they're still working on a reopening plan, and we're optimistic that that will happen. And then there are others that have closed rather suddenly for financial or staffing reasons that have suspended their license and want to reevaluate could they sustain long-term operations. So it's happened more recently, probably in the last 3 years, that facilities have submitted closure plans and either rescinded or changed to a temporary suspension of their CMS certification and licensure to allow them to reevaluate. Prior to 3 years ago, I would say that the majority of them closed and the bed rights were reallocated elsewhere.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Absolutely.
So if given this particular bill, if a request was submitted to you for closure and the department automatically sent out that 30-second email, and then that facility worked through the department and remained open, would that email be premature and start causing just as much stir amongst the residents as not knowing?
It could, Representative, but I think the amendment that Mr. Austin has suggested about notifying after would help alleviate that. My concern, as Ms. Westhoff has alluded to, is once we approve a closure plan and the notice and notify the facility, we do not know. Some facilities will advise us when they've notified all of their residents, but that's not something we currently track. So in order for us to send out an email to providers after residents have noted means that we now have to track the status of the providers giving notice.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it seems like there's no system of knowing when the last resident or resident's family was notified.
Currently correct. The only way would be for us to inquire of the facility at the status of their notification of residents.
And so, like, the notification would have to go out, or has to go out according to CMS requirements, with the full, with the full approval. But we don't, since there's no way of knowing when the last person was notified. It kind of requires that the hospitals be kept in the dark.
One of the things that's unfortunately, yeah. But one of the things that CMS does require, in addition to the notice to families and residents, is the facility has to submit notice to their medical director. They have to submit written notice to all of the residents' primary physicians in the facility. They have to notify the CMS regional office themselves, and they have to notify the Maine Long-Term Care Ombudsman's office, who does also monitor and goes in and sort of monitors the residents and the families and make sure that their needs are being addressed and the closure process is going as efficiently as possible in regards to the residents' needs.
And would you, Madam Chair, would you be game to be part of discussions to find some sort of middle ground between first and last, perfect and like perfect notification and early enough to plan with?
I'm not opposed to engaging in more discussion with the Hospital Association and the Maine Healthcare Association regarding this. I do think, consistent with CMS's requirements, really the responsibility should be on the facility and the facility's administrator.
Well, perhaps I don't want to delve into discussion that might be better suited for the work session, but thank you so much, Director Montejo.
Yep.
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you know if any other states have requirements like this or similar to this?
I do not know of that, Representative Craven. I can send out an email to the other state agency directors to see if there is.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands raised for questions. So I would thank you, Director Montejo, for being here today. I don't see any. Go ahead, Representative Javner.
I apologize, Representative Meyer. I have just a couple things that I would like Sam to get for the work session, please, if I may.
Just 1 second here while I make
Perfect.
sure there's no one else looking to provide any testimony on 1791. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, and Representative Javner, go right ahead and let Anna Broom know what you like for the work session.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize, Anna. I guess I didn't realize you were our analyst for this one. Okay, so first of all, I had the same question as Representative Craven concerning the other states and the notification. And number two, an outline or a timeline of the responsibility to CMS that we would have as a state if we were to put this into motion. And then number three, I don't know who the long-term care ombudsman is. I apologize. I probably do somewhere along the line, but I'm interested in knowing whether or not they are for or against this bill. Thank you.
Any other questions, requests for Anna for the work session? Seeing none, we will move on to LD 1790. I see the bill's sponsor, President Jackson, is with us and would ask Karen to bring him over. Welcome, President Jackson.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Senator sounds good. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Troy Jackson, and I have the honor of representing the good people of Northern Mercer County, Senate District 1, and I'm here today to share my support of LD 1790, an act to ensure equitable geographic access to long-term care services in the Department of Health and Human Services. I think I would rather read the testimony of Patricia Desjardins instead of mine. Speed that up for the committee. My testimony says that it was a bill brought forward at the request of a constituent. That doesn't mean that this is a bill that constituent requests. It's one that she asked me to put in. So anyways, and you do have her testimony, but I think it probably captures it better. So my name is Patricia A. Desjardins. I live in Caribou, Maine. For 26.5 years, I worked for the Maine Department of Health and Human Services. For 20 of those years, I worked as a disability claims examiner. And for the last of my tenure as an Aspire case manager, providing employment and training counseling and supportive services for eligible recipients of TANF. I left when offered a position with the Housing Authority of Caribou, Fort Fairfield, Presque Isle, and Van Buren to apply for and manage HUD grants. I worked there for 12 years. We obtained employment and training grants for individuals in public housing. Our last grant was to help elderly residents age in place. While researching statistics for the grant, we realized that the population of Mercer County was aging disproportionately to other areas in the country. And we partnered with the County of Aroostook and Northern Maine Development Commission to successfully apply for CDBG grants to train certified nurses aides that would be necessary to help with the aging population. I'm an elderly retiree who was presenting care for an 87-year-old elderly relative in my home. I'm fortunate to have helped with her care through the Aroostook Home Care Agency. As her health was deteriorating, I became interested in obtaining information regarding long-term care, disposition of assets, income requirements, and other information I might need to help it become necessary to place her in a nursing home. My first step was on May 5, 2021, with a visit to the DHHS office. I was directed to an interviewing room and spoke via telephone with an individual who refused to meet with me in person, although I explained I was masked and fully vaccinated. Also indicated he could not answer any of my questions. He offered but never provided a phone number for me to speak as a specialist in Machias. I then contacted the Rustic Area on Aging with regards to a better drug plan for her, since some of her medications are rather expensive, even with a prepaid drug plan for my relative. They referred me back to the office in DHHS to apply for a Quimby individual plan. On the week of July 26, I returned and met with a new worker at DHHS. She provided me with the income and asset guidelines, and I left the meeting not submitting an application because I was told that she would not qualify. I returned home and again called the contact at the Area Agency on Aging to inform them of the results of my meeting. She indicated that my relative would indeed qualify because of an income disregard that was not mentioned during my DHHS visit, which required another visit. On July 30th, 2021, I went again to the office and met with an income maintenance specialist who I knew had quite a few years' experience and reapplied. I was told by staff at the Rustic Area on Aging to provide a copy of the power of attorney, Social Security gross income, savings account, and property tax bill. All information provided was scanned and sent elsewhere for determination. A mistake was made in the process. And on August 8, 2021, I received the approval letter from DHHS. She was listed as the sole proprietor of my residence on the asset form. I called the office and told I could not speak to the individual who had taken the application, and my call was forwarded to some unknown location. I was on hold for 20 minutes before someone answered. The worker provided her first name, and I explained that I wanted the record changed and I wanted a letter mailed to me reflecting the change. She stated that she could not make a change to the record, but could not issue a letter. No, excuse me. She said she could make a change to the record, but could not issue a letter. That had to be done by another department, and she forwarded the call. On August 9, 2021, I emailed the office requesting a letter indicating the change requested. I never got a reply. The phone message indicated that it would be a 60-minute wait before anyone would talk to me. I was given options to either mail or email my request. The phone message provided both addresses. The address provided were incorrect. I tried to email to the provided address and it was rejected. I called the office yet again and was provided the proper email address. I was eventually able to enroll her in the Quimby individual program. After multiple visits to the DHHS office, an email that was never responded to, multiple phone calls, and an in-person meeting with the Rustic Area on Aging, were it not for the Rustic Area on Aging, I would not have known that she was eligible for the limited assistance. The staff members at the local office were very helpful in terms of what they could provide. I was told that they no longer carry a caseload and that there's no longer any worker-client relationship. I spoke to a former long-term care worker who told me that depending on the urgency of the request for long-term care, the applicant would probably die before the application was processed. I was also informed that the director has a background on computer technology and non-direct client service. I think if you read through the rest of the letter, to speed it up to the committee, and my testimony that I'll save you the trouble, it's something that I've dealt with personally too, trying to get help for people in nursing homes, different things. I mean, I've sat here in the office and been on call, waiting for 20, 25 minutes, and then have the phone line hang up. I have great faith in the people that work in DHHS. I know most of them personally, but I think we've gotten to a point where we've tried so hard to downsize some of these offices in rural Maine, and I'm not sure if other members that do live in the rural areas can attest the same thing. But I just think that so many of these things need a personal touch, need somebody actually to talk to, be able to help fill out these forms. And the system that we have now, in my opinion, is just not working. And so my own personal experience of this constituent and some of my other constituents led me to put this bill in. I just think that it's not working the way we have it set up now.
Thank you, President Jackson. Questions from the committee for the bill's sponsor? Yes, Senator Moore.
Thank you, Representative Meyer, and thank you, Senator Jackson, for being here today. I guess my only question, with your amendment that you're proposing, you are actually making this bill be for DHHS directly, not the other folks that provide services very similar to what the DHHS folks are providing. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, the other institutions are not controlled, obviously, by or under the purview of this committee or the legislature. So, yeah, I mean, I'm talking about the Department of Health and Human Services having a directive to do more in-person or look at this and do more in-person services instead of trying to make these all shipped out to some call center or whatever it is that is happening now.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. That was a concern I had heard from a provider saying that, they are physically in Bangor and they don't have the resources, to be able to do something like that. So that answers that question. Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. So there's a lot of talk about, navigators for various kinds of services, and wonder if that's, what your concept was, that they provide some body to be navigators for people, especially with the QIMBY and those kinds of complex reimbursements that I think that the department is responsible for.
Well, Representative Craven, I think, again, some of these agencies that do these work, outside of the department, oftentimes do know, but in this case here that, I read out, for whatever reason, sometimes people in the department are refusing these applications, and then you have to go there, to try and get somebody that understands it better, to push back. And how many people, don't do that? How many people give up at that point when they're told that, they're not eligible, or by an email or whatever it is. But I mean, I just think that so many of these people, are in a tough spot. They may be obviously elderly, not as good on, computer skills and things like that, some of them, and not having the ability to actually talk to somebody about it, make some of the arguments that they probably need to, those things are going by the wayside, and it just feels like the customer service that, we probably had quite a long time ago or years ago is not there, at least. And that's really unfortunate for people that obviously need it.
Seeing no other hands up, we thank you for bringing this bill to our committee and for being here today. Sam Seneft, your hand is up.
Sorry, I bumped a button.
Okay.
I think,
no problem.
Chairman Meyer, I think what Senator Moore was talking about was the bill was drafted with an error that was not my intention, and it wasn't outside providers, it was actually the department. So I think we sent a cleared amendment what the intention was for the department.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is there anyone in the attendee room that wishes to provide testimony on LD 1790? Mr. Quayle? Welcome.
Yes, thank you. You may have, or I just put it in this morning because I just got wind of this bill this morning, so I put some testimony in. You may or may not have it. But Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services, my name is Gerard Quealy. I'm the president and CEO of Spectrum Generations, Central Maine's area agency on aging, and I am also the managing partner of Healthy Living for Me, the network lead entity for Maine's Community Integrated Health Network. I'm here today to share my support for LD 1790, an act to ensure equitable geographic access to long-term care services in the Department of Health and Human Services. You'll eventually get my testimony. I'll just kind of wing it here a little bit. Senator Jackson is absolutely 100% correct in that the system that we have with all the good intentions are kind of stovepiped right now, and there is not good coordination happening between both community-based organizations, between the department at times, and between healthcare. The federal government has recognized this, and CMS and the Administration on Community Living, ACL, have put forward a concept called a Community Integrated Health Network with a network lead entity. Maine had applied for one of 12 grants that were being pushed nationally to start working and building this infrastructure to kind of solve the problem that Senator Jackson is describing. I've seen it myself. My daughter has cerebral palsy. She's a Section 19. She's 28 years old. She got denied for her new wheelchair 3 times, but because if you're not tenacious, you get that intimidating letter, you shut down. But if you're tenacious, if you have an advocate, like this woman did in Senator Jackson's story, something happens. Something positive eventually happens because the person is qualified. The Community Integrated Health Network, Maine got the grant, and Healthy Living for Me is trying to build this. We've presented our concept to the Office of Aging and Disability Services and to Maine Care. They are intrigued, but that's all we've heard. This is part of long-term services and supports reform that Maine needs, and Maine could lead the nation in this. I'll end in this. To achieve Senator Jackson's vision, there is going to have to be a vehicle or vehicles to make it happen, to make equity and access statewide to everybody. And I think Healthy Living for Me as a network lead entity could be that vehicle. And I would just ask to share with you our concept, the same concept that we proposed to the department that we're waiting to hear back on, to this committee, to individuals on this committee, because this is what Maine people are experiencing every day, what Senator Jackson described. And every once in a while, we get it right, like a Aroostook Area Agency on Aging got it right for this woman. But if a CBO network, a community-based organization network is built, and there is a data system supporting it, which is out there, already designed, we could have a functional community integrated health network working within 12 months in Maine that would solve problems like this, bring equity and access to every rural area, not just Portland or Bangor or Brunswick, but every rural area, every small town in Maine. And I would just end that testimony and say that Maine is poised to be a national leader on this. And I appreciate Senator Jackson bringing this bill forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, thank you for your testimony. I just pulled up Healthy Living for Me, but how do you envision this working in coordination with the department, or being contracted, or what's your?
Well, it can happen a couple of different. I'm sorry. It can happen a couple of different ways. one size doesn't fit all. And so CMS and ACL is looking for state leadership on figuring out what's right for a state like Maine, which would be very different for a New York City or Los Angeles. What the network lead entity would have to be an independent 501c3 because it would be acting as a entity that is working with the provider network in bringing fidelity, in bringing quality, in ensuring that standards are met throughout the community-based network, and interacting and providing and transferring data in between healthcare and the CBOs. So there's a work group going on called the Community Information Exchange right now, which is very similar to a health information exchange, which is done through Health Infonet, that transfers health information between providers. Well, this would start the vision that I have, Representative Craven. This would allow community-based information to get into that network, so that, say, when someone presents themselves at an ER, someone would know that the person's on Meals on Wheels and is food insecure. And so therefore, they're all that type of information, again, there would have to be governance around the type of information that's transferred and who would get it, but the concept is there. And data systems talk to each other now because systems have to, databases have to comply to standards. And so the data system that we've proposed to the department would be able to talk to a data system like Epic, and so which is an MR in healthcare. So that is that's the vision is that's why I would need an hour to really lay out the vision. And I just thought this is an opportunity because what Senator Jackson described is what happens every day to a lot of Mainers.
Thank you. But wow. So I suppose that, you know, in my vision, I would think of something like a 211 number where there's no wrong door. And we already have a lot of organizations in the community that you have to go from door to door to door. So I guess that's what I was kind of looking for, is like, exactly. How does a person or a family, how are they able to not have to go to all of those wrong doors and spend months literally trying to track down the information that.
Okay, 211 Maine, I've had conversations with them. What we're proposing would build up and strengthen 211 Maine. They would still exist. There's a brand called 211 Maine. It would still exist, but it would be connected to this community integrated health network. And there would be a data system behind it that's public facing, and a person could engage in with that data system at 211 or by themselves. And they could get a referral to an Aroostook Area Agency on Aging, who will then, if they do it on a Saturday night, when everyone, no wrong door, this idea that there is such a thing as no wrong door, but the doors are only open between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. on Monday through Friday, has to stop. And so you are Saturday night and you finally got your Alzheimer's loved one in bed, and you kind of can take a breath and you want to get help as a caregiver. What I would propose, and what I'm proposing could happen, and it is incredibly feasible, you could, with the right funding, I'll be honest about that, you could go online, answer a self-assessment, a referral could be made to the Aroostook Area Agency on Aging, could be made to the Alzheimer's Foundation, somebody who's going to help you. They will call you on Monday. And you don't have to remember when you go into work and you get hit with whatever emergency we all get hit in at work every morning, especially on Mondays. They will call you and they will set up an appointment for you. You don't have to go chasing. And then they will make a closed group referral maybe to a KV CAP, to a CAP agency, or they'll make a closed group referral to a food pantry or something else that's going on through this data system that everyone who's in the network is integrating and talking to. And so that's the kind of the short version. And then ideally, that data that's being collected is being pushed to the department to make policy decisions based on what they're seeing on the questions that are being asked or the services that are being provided. And it's also going to healthcare via the CIE or the HIE.
Thank you. That helps.
Thank you, Mr. Crowley. So my comment here, or my question here actually, is what you're proposing actually answering what this bill is looking to resolve? So my understanding here is that this bill is it's requiring that there are staffing either available by telephonic or in-person means that has geographic knowledge, relevant knowledge of services available in every county.
What?
So
yes and no, Representative Meyer. I can't control staffing, and no one other than maybe the legislature can control staffing at HHS, and how many people they have in every township or every city or so on and so forth to be able to answer phone calls. When I read this bill that Senator Jackson submitted, I saw an opportunity, since I'm already talking to the department about this concept, which again, I just want to reiterate is not something that Spectrum Generations developed. It's something that the federal government and CMS saw as a way to build a bridge between community-based organizations, healthcare, and state agencies. That this could be one vehicle to solving a solution. Because if you remember Senator Jackson's testimony, he kept talking about the Aroostook Area Agency on Aging and how they had the answer, but they couldn't get anyone to listen to their answer. And this woman kept having to go back and forth, and mistakes were made. Through a network capability between CBOs and the state, and where closed loop referrals are being made, just like they are when you go to your health system. When you go to your healthcare and they say, hey, I'm going to sign you up for an MRI or a CAT scan or something like that, and they type it into the computer, that referral is sent to, inside of, say, Maine Health or Northern Light, sent to a provider who's going to contact you and get you that MRI and that CAT scan. But that doesn't happen in the CBO world, in the community-based organization world. You want Meals on, someone tells you you should get Meals on Wheels, it's up to you to dial that number. Or someone tells you you have to get transportation to get to your dialysis, it's up to you to dial the CAP agency to see if you can get transportation. And so when we talk about equity and access, someone who, to Senator Jackson's point, might not be skilled at computers, might not be skilled at putting forms together, they can have an advocate, just like my daughter has me, to be able to take that rejection letter and turn it around into what's really should be a new wheelchair, or in this case, a new drug plan that allows this person to get the medications she needs. So that's what we're talking. It's a concept, and and I saw this only as an opportunity to say, hey, the Office of Aging and Disability Services main care could make a giant transformational leap forward in solving the problem that Senator Jackson has put forward.
thank you. Representative Perry.
Thank you. I do have a question, because what you're talking about is something that we have just started up and are doing in Washington County. So I'm really sort of want to see if this is similar. We've done this with a couple of agencies, and we've created a phone number called the Connection Initiative. It's not a phone number, where somebody calls with an issue they're trying to do. They get somebody in person who will connect them directly to the person, whatever the agency is, they need to be in touch with. And this is specifically just for Washington County residents. And I know I have used them a couple of times where they've been able to pull agencies together to pull something. Is this what you're talking about?
It's similar. I'm not aware of that, and I definitely need to reach out to Washington County and find out. And I'll reach out to you, Representative Perry, and ask maybe for more details and contact information. But what is behind this is the data system. It's the ability to collect the data, to find out where the needs are, to find out how many people are calling about Alzheimer's, how many people are calling about vaccination in home support, how many people are calling about this, and to be able to get that data to the department at the same time improving the consumer experience, that they're feeling that they're making headway in getting the benefits, the long-term services and support benefits that they're entitled to. And so it's a two-prong. And so I would say that I'm sure the Washington County intention is maybe focused on the consumer experience, and that's great. And the AAAs, the CAPS, and so forth, and a lot of the CBOs focus a lot on that. But it's the backup piece that allows us to understand what are we funding, why are we funding it, and are we funding it in the right places, and brings down the walls to allow equity and access to it statewide.
Representative Stover, question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Quealy, Healthy Living for Me, does it have the grant? Do you have is it a time period grant? And then also what, you may have said, what's the geographic area?
Well, Healthy Living for Me is statewide. If you go to the website is built only for the evidence-based programming side of Healthy Living for Me right now. The pieces that I'm talking about.
The time frame for the grant, is it 1 year, 2 years?
This year it was a 2-year grant, and like anything, the federal government's funded about 20% of what's really needed, with the expectation that we'll engage with the state around trying to figure out the remaining 80%.
Okay, and then one more question, Madam Chair. My other question was, is this similar to Money Follows the Person conceptually?
No. Money Follows the Person is something that the AAAs do along with the long-term care ombudsman. It would be part of that. That is one solution of 100,000 solutions inside long-term services and supports that people sometimes have trouble understanding how that works. And if someone presents themselves with I want to leave a facility and go home, and I want the funding to be able to go home and have that support, they could utilize the Community Integrated Health Network to make sure that all of those entities that are supporting that person are in contact with each other in a seamless way, and are engaging with each other in order to best support that person. So Money Follows the Person is very similar to, in a way, Meals on Wheels, very similar to way to family caregiving, some programs very similar to Alzheimer's, certain programs. It's an arrow in a quiver, but sometimes we don't know what arrow to pull out of the quiver to be able to make the biggest impact.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands up, thank you for being here today.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much for having me. And again, I hope that Senator Jackson's bill gets passed. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have concluded testimony on 1790, so we'll close the public hearing. Representative Stover, is your hand up for an additional question? Okay, thanks. See if the committee has any requests for additional information for, is it Anna or Sam? You're both, it's Anna, for Anna. Seeing none. We do have some amendment language reviews, and we've got some time, so take it away, Sam and Anna.
I can start off. I've got a few and Anna's got a few. Try to be efficient here. You should have all the documents that were sent out in a single email yesterday afternoon. I am going to screen share so that I can point a couple of things out in some of them. I can make this work. Right. So you should be seeing the fiscal note for LD 867. If you'll recall, the committee vote on this bill was majority ought not to pass, minority ought to pass as amended. So this is the fiscal note for the minority amendment. It anticipates a potential biennium cost increase for quasi-independent state agencies. So this would occur if the state, did mandate a COVID-19 vaccination or attempted to, but was prohibited from doing so, causing potentially quasi-independent state entities to incur increased costs with additional mitigation measures. So this is one of those where it's hard to tell what exactly that cost would be, but this is anticipating that there could be a cost incidentally. Are there any questions on that fiscal note? So the next one is the fiscal note for the amendment for LD 1729. If you recall, this is a resolve to assess the feasibility of the production of insulin in Maine. I did have a couple of questions for the committee and wanted to make sure that I had captured your intent accurately on this amendment. So the first change was to replace the term insulin with insulin and insulin analogs throughout. That was mentioned when we talked about the amendment, that language was more inclusive of a broader variety of medications that folks would use. So I believe I got that term right. I'm watching for any hands too on this. Second, and this was kind of only very briefly discussed, and I did want to specifically check on this, was including on the commission a representative of an organization that advocates for greater access to insulin and that does not accept funding from an insulin manufacturer, to be added to the folks on the commission. And I do want to confirm that that was that the intent was to include that. It was discussed in some testimony, and then there was a request to include the testimony from the sponsor. So, okay. The other items were in the bill analysis. So these were changes that the sponsor had recommended, including options for capping copays. We did discuss that potentially not being needed. I did leave it in just in case there was some gap in the law that maybe the committee just wasn't aware of or I wasn't aware of. I didn't want to delete it and then have it be necessary and it be something that we messed up, but I didn't see the harm in leaving it if that's okay with the committee. The other is potential for the state to engage in volume purchasing of insulin, opportunities to establish an interstate compact with other New England states, opportunities to establish a public entity to manage insulin purchasing and distribution with eventual possibility of transition of a privately funded entity, opportunities to establish a model facility to affordably manufacture and supply insulin to Maine residents, and opportunities to procure other dedicated funding. And again, those were all items that were discussed in the work session. I highlighted this one because as I was reviewing it last minute, I realized that I forgot to put this in here. So this is just changing a report date. So in the draft you have, it doesn't have that in it. I'll send you out a version that is fixed. But I did just add that kind of last minute. And then this last one, I drafted it as was originally discussed, but I did have a suggestion, which you're welcome to take or not. In talking to some colleagues about the best way to do this report, one of my colleagues who has, I think, done quite a few of these types of things suggested that it might be more efficient to have the committee send a letter to the congressional delegation for Maine instead of going to a kind of entity writ large. It might be more streamlined to send it directly to the congressional entity. So if the committee would like to make that change, I can. I don't think you need to vote on that. But I did want to run that by the committee and see if if there was support for that change.
I would be in support of that change, Sam.
I would too.
Representative Zager?
I was just going to add, yes, me too. And also note that Senator Collins is the chair of the Diabetes Caucus. She started it in the Senate.
Yep. So it doesn't look like we need a vote on that, but anyone opposed to that? Doesn't look like it.
I'll go ahead and make that change, and then I will send that out for folks to look at.
Thank you, Sam.
Get going. All right. So that's that bill. The next amendment. So this one, you'll remember this one. So we did have an original draft on this, and it was brought to my attention that it maybe needed a little bit more work. So I did go back and take another look at this. And I think the concern was that as originally drafted, and as a reminder, this is the cytomegalovirus screening amendment. So there was some concern that as originally drafted, the amendment didn't quite capture the intent of the committee, which was to be a not quite as prescriptive in terms of the requirements of the program, and specifically the requirements around which types of providers did the testing. So what I did is I pulled it out entirely of the blood spot statute, gave it its own section of statute, which is actually how it was originally drafted. So it went back to its own section with some quite general language about how this program would work. So it requires the department to establish a screening program for newborn infants, and just left it at that, the details to be provided by the department or determined by the department. We did leave in the religious objection exemption. That was always, I think, the intent to include that. There is some general reporting language here that any provider who does do testing should report aggregate data to the department, that is similar language to the language that is in the blood spot statute. The public education section is the same. And then there's a rulemaking section, and I did I drafted it in such a way to use consensus-based rulemaking. And the reason that I did that is because the ask was that in drafting the rule, the department consults experts in the field. So there is a specific function of the APA, which is called consensus-based rulemaking, where the department follows a specific procedure to consult with certain stakeholders in the development of a rule. It is, it can be a bit time consuming, but it is the way in statute that that kind of rulemaking with outside entities is done. Now, if you would rather it just say, in developing the rule, the department shall consult with outside stakeholders, I can do that, and I cannot withstand the consensus-based rulemaking statute. But the kind of official way to do it through rulemaking is through this consensus-based rule development process, but it is entirely up to the committee as to whether you want to do that or if you would just like more general shall consult language. There is a report date here in the non-allocated language. It's reporting by February 1st, 2023 on its progress. I didn't say shall be done because of the kind of unknowns in rulemaking, and particularly if it's consensus-based rulemaking, it may not be guaranteed to be done by that point. So I made it as a report on progress language. And then a review, there was that language that the committee discussed within 3 years of final adoption, that there would be a review of the rule. So I did include language around a stakeholder group of clinicians and researchers to review the current program and consider changes with a update by February 1, 2026. So I wanted to just kind of go through that in some detail so the committee understood what this language does and what the changes are from prior versions.
Sam, is consensus-based rulemaking something that's happening in the department at this point?
It happens every once in a while. It is not the typical course for rulemaking, but it is sometimes used.
And in standard rulemaking, in regular rulemaking, there is opportunity for input and feedback.
So in standard rulemaking does not require a public hearing, but it is the typical practice to conduct a public hearing. And when a public hearing is done, the department is required to respond to every comment that is made in the public hearing.
Yes, Senator Moore.
I guess my question would be is I wonder if Senator Breen, I know this was a lot of work we did in the committee. I wonder if Senator Breen is okay with it looks good to me, but I'm just wondering as a sponsor if she has had a chance to take a look at it and is okay with the changes.
She has not seen this version.
Okay.
I would be more, and I'm certainly happy to have the bill sponsor take a look at what you've come up with here, but I think I would fall more on the side of regular rulemaking versus the consensus-based.
I can write notwithstanding language and then draft it very much more generally. And then
I would certainly ask the committee to weigh in on that as well, if they have an opinion. Seeing no hands up. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. And I have two more, which are much shorter. This one is LD 1848, an act to increase the availability of assertive community treatment services. So this is getting rid of that language that states that an LPN can only be used in lieu of an RN if the provider is not a certified nurse practitioner. I did want to just pull up the original bill language so you can see that. So that strikes that language there. However, this language is still up here, registered nurse or LPN. So the effect of striking that whole sentence is simply that it can be an RN or a nurse with no kind of contingency language. It's a little easier to see in the actual bill. And then the last one is the simplest of all. This is the LD 1909, an act to remove restrictions on syringe service programs. So this is the change that does allow the CDC, this would be in rulemaking, to limit the number of hypodermic apparatuses. And that would be the only change in the bill. And I think that is all I have for you. I know that Anna does have a few things.
Thank you, Sam.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen as well. See if I can manage to pull up the right one. So hopefully, are you looking at 1864, chapter 33 there, hopefully? The childcare provider licensing rule?
We are.
Yes. Okay, good. So, so just as a reminder, amendments for major substantive rules look a little different to regular amendments. You are directing the department to go ahead and adopt a rule with some required changes. And so this is what this is. So this is a marked up version. It just means it's partway through the process between OPLA and the revisor's office at this point in time. So please excuse the scribbles on it. This is just a little bit of unintentional behind the curtain. So none of this should be a surprise to you because it was all in my bill analysis, the recommendation or the requests for amendments from the department. These were all requests for amendments from the department. So the first one, and you can just ignore section 1 because that's just the authority, was removing the critical violations. And so you can just ignore the sections. These are what's in the rule. And this has gone by the folks over in the department that are dealing with the rule. Getting rid of the critical violations. This is just related to the first one. It's just that everything was in the margin as well. It seemed a little weird to write that, but we do think we need to write that. There was a change of language related to the quality rating system, which is enrolling rather than registering. It was incorrectly drafted. The rule was incorrectly drafted using the wrong word. This is again related to the critical violations. And then there were some specific changes around the way the language looked for immunization records. It actually, these are technical changes that were in the markup that you received for the public hearing and the work session. There was another, the training for staff members on transportation. It said biannually when it should have said biennially, which are honestly words I can't say so that they sound different, but that's beside the point. There was an update to the immunization standards that were published just to the date. And then you may remember the hot and cold water, just to require running water. And then the last one, which is a little bit messy at the moment, is just related to the administrative fines that went along with the critical violations. So the summary should look like what you hopefully remember, which is about removing the critical violations and administrative fines, the clarifications to the immunization records, and the updating of the standards and the requirements for running water rather than hot and cold water and the enrollment. So hopefully that should look like what you expect. So unless I see a hand go up. The other thing I want to share with you, and hopefully that just switched over to a new tab. This is the fiscal note that goes along with that, which is no fiscal note. So that's that one. The next one I want to show you is 1849. Actually, no, I don't want to show you that. I mean, I do want to show you that, but I want to show you it. That's the version that I sent you, but I tried to make up a version that might be a little easier for you to read. So hopefully you can see that. Can you see my Word document there with yellow markups on it? Good.
Yeah.
So this is just, this is not the way the amendment will look. The amendment will look more the way it came in your email. I just wanted you to be able to see how it would look in the law. So I just, as a reminder, this was a repeal and replace. So a lot of the language in this bill is existing law. It's just in order to make changes, sometimes you have to repeal and replace and put all that language back, but differently organized. So the first thing was that the bill had been incorrectly printed to say, just as a reminder, so this is about the inspection licensing for hospitals and the accredited organizations that do the accrediting, and having those documents go to the department. So the current law actually says the Division of Licensing and Certification. It got printed for whatever reason with the Office of Main Care in it. So that's the first clarification. These full license language that's been put in here, those also are in the current law. So I think that was sort of an accident on somebody's part, that it didn't have that full licensure language in there. And then this is really the meat here. So the way the bill came in, it was drafted to require the hospital providing a copy of the survey findings from the accrediting organization, including the statement of deficiencies in the hospital's final plan of corrections for any identified deficiencies that is accepted by the healthcare facility accrediting organization. So that was the original bill. And then you got the amendment that came in from Director Monteo that they had worked with the Maine Hospital Association on, and that was to make sure that these documents were confidential. So that required a little bit of rewording for a number of reasons from the version that you saw. So in the meantime, and this is a little bit what I did on my summer vacation, we have changed or clarified the drafting standards around confidential language. So what has been determined is that when we say a record is confidential, we just say we just say the record is confidential. We don't add all this palaver about it's not a public record or it's not open to public inspection. It's confidential. The decision was made by the Right to Know Advisory Committee and the Ombudsman up in the AG's office, is that it's confusing to have all those different terms sprinkled in there. It's confusing legally, and so now we just say that is confidential. So that's part of the reason why this looks different from what you received at the public hearing from Bill Monteo, and I have run this past Bill and Jeff as well. The other thing that this language didn't say is, in the way it was drafted, is it didn't say who it was provided to. So we have said that the hospital provides to the department a copy of the survey findings of the healthcare facility accrediting organization, including a statement of deficiency. And then this next sentence, and it also now clarifies that all of those pieces are confidential, because that wasn't clear to me at all, whether it was, because the way it came in the amendment was that the survey findings would be confidential. Well, what about all of these other things? So having worked with them, it now says survey findings, a statement of deficiencies, and the hospital's final plan of correction provided pursuant to this subsection are confidential. So that hopefully accomplishes what everybody was looking for. It will still require a review by the Judiciary Committee for a new public records exception. I believe that is going to be next Friday, which means I've got to write the letter for you. But that's what all of that is, and that's in the summary as well, just to clarify that. So hopefully, if you have no questions about that one, I will get rid of that and try to move to the next one. Can you see genome there? Does that show up, or do I have to go back out and back in again?
You have to go back out. We're still seeing. Yeah.
Righto. Let me. So that one's good. Well, I can see everybody's faces. Okay. So, oops. Okay. Sorry. Share screen. All right. Now you can see the genomes.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the same situation in that what I sent you yesterday is what the amendment will look more like. This is a marked up version so that you can see it in context. And I have a couple of questions, or just one question, I guess, that I will get to when we get there. So the first thing is that the way the bill was drafted, if you remember correctly, so this is the Senate, first of all, that the way it was originally drafted, because of the way the joint rules are written, is that the president of the Senate would appoint the senators to this commission. Is it a commission? Advisory panel. And you wanted to replace that with language that says that the president of the Senate will appoint 2 members of the party holding the largest number, and the leader of the minority of the party in the Senate will appoint that person. You still have the notwithstanding language up here in the header. And then it keeps this language about in making appointments pursuant to the subsection, the president of the Senate and the minority leader shall endeavor to appoint members having expertise in areas or backgrounds listed in section 5, which we'll get to in a minute. So I'll have another question about this in a moment. If you do have questions about this, I'll get through to the end and then come back to that. Then the next one is the same thing. Now, this is a little more straightforward in a way, because there are 6 members of the House that are on this advisory panel, and it clarifies that the Speaker will appoint 3 and the leader of the minority party will appoint 3. There is no room in here for independents. I didn't know what to do about that. Nobody gave me instructions about that. So I think that's okay, unless you will decide something different. And it retains that language about the Speaker and the minority leader endeavoring to appoint members having expertise in areas or backgrounds listed in section 5. So I'll have a question about that in a minute, but I'm going to go a little further through. So that was one of the sort of sticking points in the work session, was that the minority leaders got to appoint their folks. So then, related to that, we had a conversation during the work session that wasn't entirely worked out, that this is a 2-year study that goes over the end of a second session and the end of a first session, which means that you have an election in between. Obviously, you could also have people leave the legislature for any other reason anyway, but it's a little more complicated here. So I inserted this new section that said legislators may serve as members on the panel only while they're members of the legislature, and the presiding officers of minority leaders shall fill any vacancy according to those requirements that are above. And that's because you could have somebody termed out, somebody could lose, and you need a way to fill those vacancies. So that's what that language is there for. And I'm going to come back to that again in a minute as well, but just let me quickly go through the last couple of things. The report language, there were 2 things going on here. The first is that the date was unusual, and so we changed that to December 6th of 2023 because that's the date in which the joint rules prefer. The first something or another in December, whatever the day of the week that is. And then you wanted the report to come back to the Health and Human Services Committee rather than just to the legislature. So we put that in there and included the committee having the authority to report out legislation. And that's because you were worried that you might have, there may be recommendations from the advisory committee for legislation that is outside of your jurisdiction, that you might want to report out legislation that then got referred to a different committee. If you don't include this language that says authorized to report out legislation, you are only allowed a bill, which would mean that it would all have to be in one bill that you or some other committee would have to deal with. And that could be potentially a little tricky in here because I don't know anything about this stuff. I'm sure Representative Zager does and all of you do, but I don't really know much about this. But I could foresee how there could be some things that might be more related to the IDEA committee or the education committee or something else, but this would give you the ability to do that. So those are the changes, and then the summary gets at that. But I want to go back up here because I have a question. I just want to make, and this may be fine. I just have a couple of questions about this. In fact, I'm going to stop sharing because I think you generally get the idea here. So I just want to make sure that it isn't entirely clear to me what happens if the chambers switch control in terms of those appointments. So right now, and this is the way we usually write these, the first named senator would be the chair, the first named House member would be the chair. That would be this session. So that would those chairs would come from the Democratic side because that's who the POs are right now. If there was a switch in the upcoming year, you would still, it doesn't matter so much on the House side because you have 3 and 3. On the Senate side, you have 2 and 1. And if that senator of the majority party right now, who would be chair, would remain chair, which may be fine with you. I just want to make sure that you all know that this is slightly awkward because it is a 2-year study over a period where there is an election in between. So we were able to insert the language about filling a vacancy, which helps with that. If somebody leaves, you have, and I think the majority minority language still follows. So that's not particularly an issue, even if your minority and majority switch. That doesn't matter in the sense that, if a person who is currently appointed by the minority leader today was not here next year, then, and there was a different, I think everybody would understand that the party would sort of follow. It's just a little trickier with the Senate. I just want to make sure you understood that, just in case there was anything that you wanted me to change. So otherwise it's ready to go. Oh, which does remind me though, before I forget, I do want to show you the, all right, I can't see. Where is it? I'm sorry, I can't quite see underneath my stop sharing thing. I'm trying to get to the fiscal note. but I can't get there. All right, hang on a moment while I go back around. It's the stop share thing is right in front of the thing I want to look at, and I can't seem to click on it. Okay, try again. Sorry. Okay, and there is the fiscal note. There is nothing unusual in that either. This is the 4750 in each year. This is for legislators. This is an allocation, not an appropriation, because it requires outside funding. And then the other pieces of it are providing staffing assistance from the Legislative Council, which is basically us, or the university and Maine community college system are within existing resources. So that is not unusual either. But that did remind me of something else I was going to ask you, but then it fell right out of my head again.
Wasn't there a question about independent members?
There wasn't. I just wanted to make sure that you understood that when you decided that, and it doesn't preclude independence, only
that was going to be my question.
No, it doesn't.
There's no language there that says they cannot be among the choices.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is ready to go if you are, or it's if you are good with it. Oh, I know what it was I was going to show you. I just wanted to make sure you knew that this was written this way, because I didn't really realize it until I started to write the amendment, that there is this language for both the House and the Senate that the leadership or the appointing authority take into account that the legislators themselves also may have expertise in the areas or backgrounds in Section 5, which is pretty broad. And it's these sections here, starting with number 1 in ethics and going, there's all these options. But I just wanted to make sure that you understood that that your appointments as legislators are also subject to that recommendation. It's not really a requirement. It's more of a recommendation that they shall endeavour to appoint members having expertise in etc. So I hadn't really sort of noticed that when I was working on the bill before. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that was there as well.
Representative Zager, any comments?
No, Madam Chair, and thank you, Anna.
So that's all good. We're ready to go with that. Okay, that's all I have for you.
Great. Perfect. It's just about noon. We are back on live at 1, so we'll break for lunch. Remembering that the live feed continues, so please close your window and make sure you are muted. And we'll see you at 1. We'll give folks another minute or two to come back from lunch. Nice light coming in the window there, Representative Javner. Looks warm.
He's getting her much needed vitamin D.
Mhm.
Right.
Okay. Welcome back to an afternoon at the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. On our agenda for today, we have two presentations from the Department of Health and Human Services. We'll start with a presentation from the Office of Maine Care's Molly Slotsnik and Roger Bondison on non-emergency transportation. We also have several brokers available to answer questions should the committee have any. We have then to be followed by a presentation on the report data from the LIFT report, as well as some program updates. We will welcome both Commissioner Lambrou and Deputy Commissioner Ham, as well as OFI Director Tony Pilot. And we will start our afternoon with the Director of Government Relations from the department, Molly Bogart. I thought first we just reintroduce ourselves since we may have a different audience for this afternoon. So we'll start with Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Sam Zager, honored to represent District 41, which is off Peninsula in Portland.
And Representative Lemelin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Lemelin. I represent House District 88, Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Noblesboro.
Representative Perry.
Good afternoon. I'm Ann Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes the communities of Indian Township, Baileyville, Barron, Calais, Charlotte, Robbinston, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
Representative Griffin.
Good afternoon. My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levant, and Cadesque.
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston.
And Representative Javner.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Kathy Javner, and I represent House District 141, which is located in Penobscot and Washington counties.
Senator Moore.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Ann Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well.
And I am Representative Michelle Myers, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is Elliott, where I live, in parts of Kittery and South Berwick. With that, I will hand the afternoon over to Molly Bogart for introductions.
Great, thank you so much. And while I do that, if we could promote Molly Slotsnik from the attendee list, she'll be leading our presentation. My name is Molly Bogart. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Department of Health and Human Services. And As noted by Representative Meyer, we have a brief update on non-emergency transportation services provided by MaineCare, and then some conversation about the work that MaineCare has been doing to review those services and improve them. And Senator Claxton asked that we invite some of our brokers to participate. I know they're in the waiting room should you have questions for them. And actually, before we start, could we also promote Roger Bondison, who will pitch in as needed. But I will hand it over to Molly Slotsnik, who's our Chief Operating Officer at MaineCare. And Molly, just let me know when you're ready for slides.
Great, thanks so much, Molly. And yes, why don't you go ahead and show the first slide. And I have about 8 or 9 slides to go through with the committee, and then happy to take comments and questions after the fact, if that works for all of you. Next slide, please, Molly. Great, thank you. So I wanted to first just take a step back and give a little bit of an overview of the MaineCare non-emergency transportation program. So this is a Medicaid, federally Medicaid required service. We do provide transportation to MaineCare covered services for all full benefit regular MaineCare members, and you can see a little bit more detail listed there below. I also wanted to share the scope of the program, as it's really quite big. Prior to the pandemic, the non-emergency transportation, or NET program, as I'll refer to it, provided about 2.4 million trips per year to MaineCare members. About 50,000 unique riders were taking these trips. That's about 13% of the eligible members who could be taking trips. I don't have it here on this slide, but again, prior to the pandemic, the budget for this program was about 5 times as big as the Maine DOT budget for other public transportation programs. So it really is quite a large scope program. And I think it's important to remember that as we think about the context of NET. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about the structure of how the program works. The department contracts with 3 brokers. So we operate, I should have said, we operate under what's called a brokerage model. So we don't pay for each individual transportation ride individually. We contract with 3 brokers who cover the 8 Maine DOT transportation regions. The 3 brokers are Motive Care, Penquist Community Action, and Waldo Community Action. And we do have representatives from each of those groups here with us today, in case there are any questions for them that I'm not able to answer. So because there's 3 brokers in 8 regions, Motive Care and Penquist Cap do cover multiple regions each. And then these brokers in turn contract with dozens of transportation providers who themselves employ the drivers who actually provide the rides to the MaineCare members. And transportation providers can include community action programs, taxi companies, other social service agencies, and nonprofits. We also have a pool statewide of volunteer drivers who supplement the professional driver capacity, and those volunteer drivers are paid per mile. And each of the brokers also does have some limited transportation that they provide themselves, but again, the bulk of it is they're contracting out. And then the other sort of thing I wanted to say about this is that the brokerage model is essentially a form of managed care just for transportation. So we pay the brokers a per member per month capitated amount. They manage that amount in order to provide the rides. And then we have corresponding quality expectations that I'll get into a little bit later in return for that capitated amount. And brokers are required to utilize the most cost-effective transportation available when they are assigning out trips. So brokers start with assigning trips to the least expensive transporter. If that transporter is not available, can't take the trip, then the brokers move on to the next least expensive transporter, and so on until they can find a transporter to complete a trip. Next slide, please. Previous slide, please, Molly. There we go, thank you. So I also wanted to give a little bit of an overview of how our NET contracts are structured.
This gets to the point I was making about it being similar to a managed care model where we do have quality expectations for the brokers. So our contracts have requirements in 3 primary categories, and I gave some examples of the metrics and requirements that we have in each of those categories. This is not exhaustive. There are more requirements that we do have in the contract. So we generally have requirements under safety, quality, and timeliness. And of course, safety is all about the safety of the rider, making sure that the vehicle is safe for transport, as well as that the drivers who are doing the transport are appropriate to be transporting our main care members. Quality, a lot of this has to do with customer service regarding the call centers and some other also about cleanliness of the vehicles. So really focusing on that quality service, quality customer service for the members who are taking the rides. And then timeliness, this is about making sure that the members who are taking rides get to where they need to go on time. So we have measurements for total number of trips delivered on time every month, as well as metrics specifically calling out certain populations, children 16 and under, and home and community-based service waiver members. You can see that we actually have a higher standard for those groups of getting those riders to their appointments on time. And then we also have a contractual requirement that every month brokers cannot miss more than 1% of the rides that they scheduled. So missed trips means that the trip just didn't happen, and it, not because of the member canceling the trip. So it's pretty stringent. We expect 99% of trips to happen on time every month. And brokers, I should just say, brokers report all that data to us monthly, and we do get much more data under this contract and with these contract requirements than we did in the past under the previous model. Thanks, Molly. So the next thing I wanted to talk about was I wanted to tell you a little bit about the impact of COVID-19, the pandemic on non-emergency transportation, both direct and indirect impacts on the program. So you may be aware that due to federal requirements, the department has not been disenrolling main care members for the most part during the public health emergency. This, of course, has led to an increase in the potential number of riders taking transportation just on the heels of main care expansion in 2019. So we really have many more members who could potentially be taking rides than we did just a few years ago. At the same time, as expected at the beginning of the pandemic, demand for rides dropped off. The demand has increased since then, since 2 years ago, but is not yet back to pre-pandemic levels. So we have this fluctuation in both directions in terms of demand on the system, demand on number of rides. On the other hand, for supply capacity, we have a lot fewer drivers than we did 2 years ago. Prior to the pandemic, NET and actually the transportation industry as a whole was already suffering from a labor shortage. That has not changed, and in fact has gotten worse. The transportation industry across the board is suffering from a labor shortage, as you know, are many other industries around the country. We've implemented since the beginning of the pandemic very strict safety protocols, and the brokers have also implemented financial incentives to try to get drivers back on the road. But many professional and volunteer drivers have stopped driving and have not returned. You can see some statistics there that are a little bit out of date, but just show you from the beginning of the pandemic to, I should say prior to the pandemic to about middle of last year, a really substantial decrease in the availability of drivers. And so we have more members, again, some fluctuation in demand, but more members with less capacity in the system to drive those members. Next slide, please. So the next portion, I wanted to talk about the timeline of some recent activities we've undertaken to assess opportunities for improvements, both in the NET program as well as in other transportation programs in the department. And of course, I'm going to focus just on the NET piece. So to start is a timeline. In 2019 and into 2020, the department brought together an internal work group, and this work group was comprised of people who included or who represented main care and the non-emergency transportation program, as well as people who represented the transportation programs at the Office of Behavioral Health, as well as the Office for Child and Family Services. Both of those offices have a much smaller transportation program, but a program nonetheless. And the goal of that group was to align the contractual requirements, some of those things that you saw earlier, and the performance measurements across the transportation programs in the department. So even though we have different programs, we should really all be measuring our vendors the same way and holding our vendors accountable for the same safety, quality, and performance measures. So that was one big focus of that group. And we were successful in standardizing and aligning a lot of those contract requirements. And those went into place in the contracts that started July 2020. We also held statewide listening sessions. Some of you may recall those. There were maybe 5 of them in the fall of 2019. So that was an opportunity for us to go around the state and hear people's perspectives on all of these transportation programs, which really did inform some of the work that we did. At the end of the work group, the group decided that we wanted to have an independent evaluation of our programs as a more appropriate way of really giving us an eye onto where we have opportunities for improvement. So then starting in 2021, we undertook this independent evaluation. We employed the vendor's name was RLS and Associates. I will refer to them as RLS. Again, they actually did assess all the transportation programs, non-emergency transportation, Office of Behavioral Health, and Office for Family and Child Services. Although again, the latter 2 programs are really much smaller. So most of what came out of the report really did focus on NET, but they were all included there. So as part of the work that RLS did, they undertook extensive stakeholder engagement. So they got input from beneficiaries and riders, both people who do ride as well as people who could ride, and why don't they ride? We were interested in that as well. Why don't they take the rides in these programs? They talked to healthcare providers, transportation providers, the NET brokers, also talked to internal department staff, as well as our colleagues over at Maine DOT. They undertook, using this information as well as documentation that we gave them, they undertook an analysis of program oversight and performance measurement tools, some of which we talked about already, and I'll get into it a little bit more in subsequent slides. One of the goals as well was that we had undertaken an NET evaluation back in 2015. This was part of our federal requirements to maintain approval for the program. 1915B waiver is the authority under which we operate this program, the federal authority, I should say. It sounds similar to, but is distinct from the 1915C waivers, which are the home and community-based services waivers. So part of this evaluation, we're actually in the process or will shortly be starting the process to renew our waiver and get federal approval again to continue this program. And so we actually had to undertake the evaluation for that purpose as well, to compare ourselves to how we did after the 2015 evaluation, as well as to affirm that we are compliant with all federal requirements. And I'm happy to report that RLS did determine that we are compliant with the federal requirements and with the provisions of our own waiver that give us the authority for the program. And RLS also determined that the department had developed appropriate responses to each of the findings and recommendations from the 2015 evaluation. And then the last part of the evaluation was RLS brought forth some recommendations for the department to consider to improve cost effectiveness, performance, quality of the programs. And again, these recommendations are input into department decision-making about how we can improve our transportation programs. They are not a roadmap for exactly what actions the department will take. Next slide, please. So I first wanted to talk about some operational improvements that came out of the RLS report. And the first section of operational improvements are, I'm also happy to report these were all items that RLS suggested that we do, and we are actually already doing them. So I wanted to run through them with you. So the first one is investigating complaints of redundancy in trip scheduling. So for example, 2 drivers arriving at the same time to pick up a main care member. This used to be a much bigger problem for us. It has not been a big problem for us recently. We receive complaints about this very infrequently. So that's why I say it's already in place. That said, we do, if we do receive a complaint of this sort, we will certainly investigate the complaint and see what the origin was. Why did that happen? And we also have a regular audit process of the brokers that I'll talk about on the next slide. And so we can also review this kind of complaint as part of the audit process. RLS recommended that we continue to monitor on-time performance, specifically for the populations of trips for waiver members, HCBS waiver members, and children's, I apologize, that should say 16, children's ages 16 and under. I noted on a previous slide that we actually have a higher performance standard for this group. So again, we already monitor this. We already hold the brokers accountable to this. The performance, the contractual requirement is that transportation for these populations has to be, the trips have to be on time 95% of the time or more. And in the last 3 months of 2021, the brokers averaged 97% on time per month. So above our contractual requirement, which is great. The next bullet, encouraging healthcare providers to work with brokers around scheduling. This really is sort of a rush hour traffic kind of situation. So if appointments across the state are scheduled for main care members all in the same hours of the day, then the demand for transportation is also all going to be in the same hours of the day. And so the brokers have really had an interest over the years in working with healthcare providers to stagger appointment times throughout the day so that we can have more appointments spread out throughout the day, which helps with the broker's capacity to schedule trips throughout the day rather than all being bunched at certain times of the day. This is actually something that the brokers started doing in 2020 when we first started seeing really critical driver shortage. And the brokers continue to work with healthcare providers on this. We've seen some healthcare providers have been amenable to this, willing to adjust their appointment scheduling. Other providers have not been as amenable, but we continue to encourage healthcare providers to work with us on this when we have the opportunity to do so. And then the last item here about automatic vehicle location technology, really what this means is the ability to track vehicles where they are. So I know that's something that we've heard that people are interested in. They want to know where their car is that's coming to pick them up. So this is something that, again, the brokers all have some capacity of doing this already, tracking the vehicles that they have assigned for trips, and they continue to expand that capability. Next slide, please. So then the next set of operational improvements are not in place right now, but either will be in place or we would hope we could put them in place in the medium to long term. So the first two, we expect to put these in place with the new contracts that will be effective in July 2022. The first is tracking missed healthcare appointments due to late or canceled rides. So one thing that we've heard from both riders and from healthcare providers is that, of course, when a trip is missed, that also means that the member misses their appointment. But sometimes when a trip is late, that could also mean that a member misses their appointment, and we're not capturing that. We do capture late trips, but we don't put those things together to be able to better understand when appointments are missed. So this is a new metric that we're going to put in place starting in July. And then the second one is tracking on-time performance separately for scheduled and unscheduled trips. So scheduled trips are those trips that a member calls a broker ahead of time and makes the appointment. The unscheduled trips most frequently are hospital discharges. They could be same-day urgent care trips. They could be for appointments where the member doesn't know when the appointment is going to end. So really those trips where the member's not able to necessarily schedule the trip ahead of time. And as we would expect that performance would probably be different for scheduled and unscheduled trips, we'll have the same metric for both, the same expectation. But by splitting out the reporting of the data between splitting out unscheduled and scheduled trips, we hope to be better able to pinpoint where there might be performance issues. And then the next section is, I mentioned earlier, the NET audit. So this is a regular audit that the department does of the brokers. We do a sampling of trips and review them. Our next audit is scheduled to start in October 2022. So RLS had recommended that we implement a protocol to review the resolution of complaints across all DHHS transportation programs, basically make sure we have a process in place for complaint resolution. Again, I can't speak to the transportation programs in the other parts of the department. I can only speak about NET, but we do have complaint processes in place. The brokers all have complaint processes in place, but we plan to use the next round of audits starting in October 2022 to really review the broker complaint logs. And then the last one, this is actually an item that we're really excited about and wish we could do sooner, but the technology nationally is not available yet. So it speaks about determining a standardized cost allocation methodology so that we could have ride sharing across different programs. What this really means is that right now, if we have main care members taking a trip, and then we have someone who's not a main care member, but is utilizing a different public transportation program, and they might live in the same area, might be going to the same place, we can't put those two folks in a car together. We can put two main care members in a car together, but not people in the car together whose trip is being paid for from different funding sources. And the reason for that is because there are federal Medicaid rules that restrict us from what we're not allowed to do. Is we're not allowed to use Medicaid funding to subsidize a non-Medicaid trip. The only way we can make sure that we're not doing that right now is to keep people separate if they're being paid for, their rides are being paid for by different programs. We're hoping that soon there could be technology in place that would allow us to put those people in the same cars and actually be able to track how much their trip costs respectively so that we can pay for their trips out of different funding sources. The reason why this is important is because, as I said, you could have two people going to the same place and they need two different vehicles right now. That ties up two vehicles on the road. If those folks could be in the same vehicle, that opens up driver capacity and allows us to have those drivers available to take other people on rides. And so it is really quite an important tool. Should it become available to really open up our driver capacity and allow us to allow the brokers to provide even more rides to more people and improve their performance even further. So hopefully that is something that will become available in the future. And I should say it's something we want to have available automatically. It's not a calculation that it would be feasible to do manually, given, as you saw, the very, very many number of trips that the brokers provide every year. Next slide, please. So the last two slides were really about the operational and administrative recommendations and opportunities for improvement that we're putting into place. This slide is at a higher level. It's more about the structure of the NET program. So we've had a lot of people ask us as we were entering into the RLS evaluation, is RLS going to recommend that the department stay with the current brokerage model, or is RLS going to recommend that the department go back to the model we used to have? I believe back in 2013 or so is when we switched over, which was an in-house fee-for-service model. And what that meant is that we were paying for each ride individually and managing it ourselves. So the answer is the RLS recommended that we keep the current NET brokerage model. They recommended at a minimum, we have improved oversight and administrative adjustments, and that includes all the things that we just talked about in the last couple slides. So all of that counts towards that improved oversight and administrative adjustments. And I do want to point out that in their report, RLS noted that the reason why they didn't even really consider going back to the old model that much is because they noted that the department has realized greater efficiency, financial management benefits, and improved customer service under the current NET brokerage model compared to the previous fee-for-service model. I do want to throw in another statistic here, not on the slide, which is that before the pandemic, the NET program was providing 400,000 to 500,000 more trips per year under the brokerage system than we did under the previous fee-for-service system. So that's about the brokerage model. There are some additional considerations for how we could make structural changes while still maintaining the brokerage model. One is to redefine how we do our broker procurement, and how that matches up to the main DOT transportation regions. So right now there are 8 transportation regions, and we do one procurement, which results in one contract for each region. So even though Motive Care and Penquist Cap both have multiple regions, they won each of those regions separately and have separate contracts for each of those regions. There are alternative models here that we can consider. We could go the other end, which would be one single procurement and one contract for the entire state. That would result in one broker winning that contract to provide the brokerage services for the whole state. And then there's also something in the middle. We could, for example, split up Maine by geographic region and have a procurement that covered Western Maine, Southern Maine, Northern Maine, Down East Maine. So they're just examples, but I wanted to share that just so you understand what this potential consideration means. And then the other option, or the other consideration for structural change, would be more formal coordination with Maine DOT at both the department and regional levels regarding all forms of public transportation, not just NET. We already do have relationships with Maine DOT, so we're not totally siloed. We do talk to each other, but the recommendation would be, a more formal agreement, department to department, as well as staff level coordination at the level of each of these Maine DOT transportation regions. So there are a lot of potential ways that could go, and we don't have all the details yet, but that's another thing to consider. The department is still assessing these considerations. I believe it was late in 2021 or sometime during 2021, Maine DOT actually started their own strategic planning process just as we were wrapping up the work with RLS. And so we really felt as a department that we didn't want to get out ahead of Maine DOT's own strategic planning. We want to align with their strategic planning process. So that's why we haven't come out yet with decisions on how we're going to move forward with these structural recommendations, because we really want to do that in line with and in conjunction with Maine DOT in the process that they're going through. Next slide, please. This is the last slide I have, and I really wanted to end this presentation by talking about recent successes in the NET program. So during the pandemic, as I mentioned at the beginning of the pandemic, we put forth we spent a lot of time thinking about how the NET program could continue safely and it was very, very stressful to think about that. It was very, very challenging in the early months of the pandemic. But the brokers and the transportation providers have been able to provide successful and safe transport during this time. And it really, the credit really goes to the brokers and the transportation providers for being flexible, for being willing to change up the structure of their vehicles with plastic barriers, a lot of enforcement of safety requirements. We provide solo rides when possible. Again, there is a tension between providing solo rides versus the capacity of the entire driver fleet, but we do that when we can, and diligent cleaning. As you all know, during the pandemic, there's health facilities have closed, they're unable to take new patients. That's really put a wrench in transportation needs, because it often means that members have to travel farther in order to get their services. And so the brokers and the transportation providers have really been able to navigate that, the changing needs. And then I wanted to call out the rides to COVID-19 vaccinations. The brokers have been able to provide thousands of trips for Maine Care members to get vaccinated. And we also had a great program that I want to give thanks to Motive Care for. This was actually outside of the NET contract. In 2021, Motive Care stepped up and offered to provide free round-trip rides to any Mainer, not only Maine Care members, to any Mainer who needed a ride to get vaccinated. And not only was it free for the Mainers, it was free for the department as well. So Motive Care did this totally for free. We did not have as much uptake in the population as we thought we would, but we still had over 350 free round trip rides that were given. So to people to be able to allow them to get their COVID-19 vaccine. So thanks to Motive Care for that. And then in the last quarter of 2021, I wanted to share some statistics. I already mentioned the second one, which is that our trips for children under 16 and under and waiver members average at about 97% on time per month. And again, that is higher than the contractual requirement of 95%. And then the other statistic I wanted to share is that we do measure complaints, and we measure complaints as a percentage out of the total trips delivered for that month. And in the last 3 months of 2021, we averaged 0.09% of trips had complaints, which is really an astoundingly low figure. And I can't recall off the top of my head what we would expect it to be, but really it's very low. And so I really wanted to share that number with you. And that is the end of my presentation, and I will happily take questions. And I do have my colleague, Roger Bondison, here as well. He is the main care director of operations, and he oversees the NET program. So he can, I'll pass any questions to him if there's something I can't answer.
Thank you, Molly, and welcome, Roger. Questions from the committee, starting with Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Molly. That is quite an improvement. I remember when I used to get like several complaints a day from constituents about an emergency transportation. But I have two questions. One is with the, given the shortage of drivers, how is that managed? Are people on a waiting list or something like that? And then the second question is, how do you interact with MDRT?
Could you repeat the second question for me?
Well, I just wanted to know what the relationship was. Do you have coupons or transportation passes, or what's your relationship to the DOT?
Got it. Okay, I'm actually going to see if any of the brokers are available to take both of those questions. I could answer them at a high level. Now, unfortunately, I can't see the participant list.
Let's see. We have, I can tell you in 1 second here.
I think they can also raise their hands if they, it looks like Michael Hollenbeek has a raised hand.
Yep. So Karen, if you could bring Mr. Hollenbeek in.
He's on the way.
Thank you. It looks like.
I believe you can hear me now. I believe you may be able to see me now.
We can. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for
having
me.
We also have Stephen Richard from Penquist Cap, if that's somebody you wanted brought over to.
Yeah, I can say a couple of words about that from our perspective. We operate a net brokerage. We also operate as a public transportation provider in our region, which in our case covers 4 counties. It's Waldo, Knox, Lincoln, and Saginaw counties, and Brunswick as well. So within the net services, we work with all available public transportation solutions, whether it's train or boats or buses. And in our case, we operate a number of public transportation routes as well. So we have the advantage of being able to coordinate with public transportation in a fairly effective way.
Thank you. Senator Moore, or I'm sorry, Representative Craven, did you have an additional question?
Yeah, just with the looking at the lack of available drivers, I just wonder how you manage providing transportation for people when you have such a shortage of drivers.
In our case, the other brokers can answer that for themselves. In our case, I give a lot of credit to our schedulers and dispatchers and operational group. It's very difficult times, and it's been extremely difficult to provide the transportation that the members of the community needs on a regular basis. It takes a lot of time, and it's very, very difficult. And we are continuously working on making routes and timing and talking to people and talking to providers, talking to main care members and other passengers about availabilities for rescheduling into available times with medical providers. It's been a lot of work to do, and in spite of it, they are continuing to make progress all the time with providing more trips. But it's simply just very difficult right now.
Thank you. Go ahead, Senator Moore.
Thank you, Representative Meyer. I have a couple of questions, I guess, especially when in regards to the contracts themselves. I know when I was a cancer patient navigator, we used Logistic Care. Is Motive Care the same company? Did they just change their name, or is it a different company?
Same company.
Oh, it is the same company? Okay. When did we renew the contract with them then?
Roger, correct me if I'm wrong. The contracts are renewed every year, and the next contract would come up this coming July. Is that right, Roger?
That's correct, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know, like Representative Craven, I took a lot of complaints about Logistic Care. So I'm very glad to see that there's some quality results and timeliness on there, because there was a lot of some of my clients, they were missed appointments because nobody showed up, or they were forgotten and left in Ellsworth when they needed to be back in Calais. So I'm glad to see that, just as a comment to that. Thank you.
Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Slotsnik, I really appreciate the presentation, and fully aware of the challenge of providing for 2.5 million rides. Question, what is the definition of on time in the contract?
I'm going to refer to Roger for that one.
So on time is within 15 minutes of the pickup time from the residents, and to no later than 5 minutes after the appointment time, because most providers are willing to take a member if they're within 5 minutes.
And I want to make a comment on that, which is you'll note there's a before and after buffer there. One challenge that we've seen is that sometimes in order to manipulate all the different schedules happening during the day, brokers actually have the opportunity to pick someone up early, or maybe even to drop them off at an appointment early. And sometimes the challenge that we see is that healthcare providers aren't able to accept those the members to come into the building early for whatever reason. And this was true even before the pandemic. So it's not only because of having people in the building. But so that's been something that we have struggled with from time to time is being early is great, and it allows us to keep moving and keep giving people rides the rest of the day. But it also means that the healthcare providers have to be able to accept those folks to come in the door.
Thank you. And follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So just so I understand this, the performance statistics, 97% of the youth under 16 years old were delivered on time. But what was the number for the adult trips?
I can pull that up. That was for children 16 and under, as well as main care members who are on the home and community-based service waiver programs. So it's both of those populations combined. And okay. You'll give me a moment. I can pull up the broader population. So the performance metric, the requirement for the overall population is 85%. So that is lower than the 95% for that specialist population. Due to the same driver shortages we've been talking about, we have seen performance decrease a little bit in the general population. So I did not do an average over the last 3 months of 2021, but I do have, if I can do sort of a quick average in my head, it'd be about 82% or so for the last 3 months. So just under that 85%, that's the contract requirement. And we do actually split all of our metrics out, again, by region because of the fact that we have the separate contracts. So it does allow us to target our discussions with the brokers when we're talking about performance improvement. We're able to target those discussions by region. It's not just a single statewide data point that we get. So some regions perform at different levels.
Okay, so we're talking about 400,000 or so late deliveries a year, or per how much time?
I would have to go back and calculate those numbers.
Okay. I was just back of the envelope figuring if it's 82% on time, that's 18% not on time. And 18% of 2.4 million is 432,000. I just want to make sure I understand the numbers correctly.
Again, those are that 2.4 million was pre-pandemic numbers. So we'd have to go back, but we could get you a number if you're interested.
Okay.
And I think, Molly, the 2.4 includes those specialized populations too. So we'd have to break those out to calculate that.
Yes, actually, it's about looking at the numbers for the late trips. So I don't have a yearly number here, but it's for those last 3 quarters of 2021. It was between about 15 and 18,000 per month late trips. Again, when you deliver millions of rides a year, a small percentage can still seem like a big number. Or maybe the other way around. I'm not sure.
And is there any, in the data collection, is there any accounting for what kinds of appointments? For instance, a dialysis appointment could be much more consequential to the health of a person than maybe another type of appointment. And so how, is that sort of qualitative data accounted for in the quantified data?
Roger, I think the answer to that is no. Yeah, no, we don't split out those metrics by type of appointment. As I mentioned, we will start to split out the metrics by scheduled and unscheduled, but not by type of appointment.
Okay. Again, I fully recognize how the scope of the challenge here. Just trying to, in the interest of doing everything we possibly can for people in Maine, just appreciate the answers.
Senator Moore, go ahead.
Thank you, Representative Meyer. I just had one question. I know at one point in time for the trips for the children under 16, they were limited to having just one caregiver with them. Is that still the policy, or have we made it a little bit more flexible just in case there's other family members that need to ride along?
Roger, are you able to speak to that?
Yeah, we try to limit it to one just because of the capacity issue. But if there's a compelling need to have more than one, we may have a waiver member, for example, that requires 2 people to go. We would impress upon the brokers the need to allow for that to happen. So there is flexibility, but it is sort of constrained by the number of available seats.
Understandably. I think one of the cases I had was that it was a young mother, and the son had an appointment, but she also had a young child and had nobody to care for the child. So there was a lot of conversation about whether or not she could take the child with her while the other child went to the doctor's appointment. So that's what I was kind of curious. But if we try to remain flexible, I think that's really important.
Yes, and the policy there is if there's room in the vehicle, yes. Or again, if there's a really compelling need and the broker's aware of it, they'll make every effort to accommodate.
That's great. Thank you.
I've had constituents also with that same issue about additional person in the vehicle. I wonder if the brokers could comment on how often that request is in fact made and the need for flexibility presents itself.
I would say from our perspective, it's not a very frequent request in our region, and we do try to accommodate it as much as possible. I know there was a couple of them this week that I heard about that we were successful to bring both parents to an appointment of a minor, which is nice. So we do, as Roger said, we do whatever we can to accommodate these requests, at least in our region.
Thank you. Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a suggestion or a request. I note that this July, Maine Care will be monitoring missed healthcare appointments, which seems like a very good step. I'm wondering if Maine Care could also monitor the truncated appointments. Sometimes healthcare is opportunities for healthcare appointments that are diminished because they can't make the appointment or because they have to leave early because people say my mode of care, logistic care ride is texting me, I gotta go. And this is, that's another, it's kind of like the same problem, just kind of on the other end of the appointment.
We can certainly take that into consideration. Thank you.
Yes, Molly Bogart.
Thanks. I just wanted to note Mira in the attendees list is from Motive Care and has raised her hands a few times. So I wonder if we could bring her in.
Sorry about that. I didn't see raised hands.
No worries.
Welcome, Myra. You've joined us, but we can't see or hear you.
Myra, are you able to take yourself off mute?
Your hand is up, Myra. Here we go. Someday we're going to look back on all this and laugh.
I was going to say, if I just threw her under the bus in public in any way, I'll apologize in public too.
It looks like we may be able to hear you, Myra. We can't see you though. Your hand is up. Senator Claxton, did you want to add to this conversation?
No, I just wanted to acknowledge the difficulty that Dr. Zager refers to in terms of shortened appointments, but I also recognize that provider offices occasionally contribute to some of the mayhem by having appointments go late, and I only felt it fair to acknowledge that and shake my head at how the carriers manage that kind of thing. So thank you for your efforts.
You might want to introduce yourself as well.
I'm Ned Claxton, pleased to represent Senate District 20, which includes Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls. And I'm a retired physician who contributed to some of the craziness in the past.
Thank you, Senator. Myra, it looks like you're trying to connect your audio, so I don't want to move on and not give you an opportunity to.
And we can certainly work to make sure any written comments from Motive Care get passed on to the committee as well. So we can follow up with that.
I also want to thank Motive Care for the work they've done around getting Mainers to vaccination appointments. Important work. Seeing no additional questions, no hands up, I want to thank you for being with us today and for a very comprehensive overview of what's happening in the transportation world for our main care members. And with that, I will say have a great afternoon, and we will be moving on in just a minute or so with a second presentation from the department.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the time.
We appreciate you being here. Thank you, Roger. I am going to hand the gavel over to Senator Claxton. And I do see in the attendees, Commissioner Lambrou, who I believe is going to lead off a presentation on LIFT.
Before we go to that, I recognize too that Stephanie Farrar had a question or had her hand up, and I want to make sure I understand what that was in relation to. So let's bring her in as a panelist and see if she had a particular concern.
I think Stephanie is also from Motive Care.
Oh, okay. So Myra called Stephanie and said, help.
There we go. Are you able to see me, hear me? Yes.
Yes.
And we are a broker for Penquist. And I just wanted to add, when you're talking about the late metrics, just to dive into just a little bit more, just to say that late is also having a member being on time. So when we drop off somebody, such as they were describing that if we're there early, that's considered late by the metrics also. So that falls into that 82%. So I just wanted that to be aware of also, even though we get somebody there before their appointment time, that's considered a late metric. So those numbers could be seen a little bit better, I believe, if that was, you know, not part of the piece of it. But as Roger had explained, and everybody realizes you have to drop off everybody sometimes a little bit early to get everybody where they need to be, because all appointments are like 7, 8, and 9 o'clock in the morning, and not at like 11 and 12 or 1 o'clock when you have the most providers that are available that really have downtime. So I just wanted to put that piece in there also, just for everyone's perspective, to know that a metric is late if you're also dropping off early.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that and providing that extra information. So at this point, with Molly's permission, we'll go to the lift report.
Great, thank you. And while I think Commissioner Lambert is going to kick us off, but while she's speaking, if we could let Tony Pilot and Beth Ham into the room so we can hit the ground running with the data once Commissioner Lambert is done. But I will hand it over to the Commissioner to open us up.
Thank you, Molly. And thank you, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee for inviting the Department of Health and Human Services here today to present both on transportation and on the lift report. I want to begin with an overview by saying that one of the central goals of the Department of Health and Human Services is to support families in achieving economic self-sufficiency and opportunity. Work training and education, combined with help with food security, childcare, and related supports, opens the doors for parents and their children to live and learn to their full potential. From when Governor Mills took office, we have striven to incorporate into our services a whole family approach. That means looking holistically at what specific families need and at how our services can align with those needs. Putting families and communities at the center of our work helps align services and remove barriers. We've also worked to fix specific problems in the provision of services, particularly in Aspire, the additional support for people in retraining and employment program. Aspire is Maine's work requirement component of the Federal Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, or TANF program. In 2019, for example, we supported a third-party assessment of the vendor, FedCap, to assess its performance. This served as a basis for a corrective action plan and modified oversight and engagement plan. We also amended the contract with the vendor to secure performance improvements and added state employee staff to enhance oversight and review all sanctions and requests for TANF extensions. We also started our ongoing work to make Aspire better. That includes promoting enrollment in secondary education and training, including the Parents as Scholars program, steering participants towards careers that provide families sustaining wages, such as manufacturing and healthcare, providing tools for more informed planning, and removing barriers, such as language access, through actions such as translated orientation materials and cultural navigation services co-located in our FedCap offices. Then came the COVID-19 pandemic. We continue to operate under a U.S. public health emergency. It is hard to fully evaluate the impact of the pandemic on our states and our residents while it still continues. That said, we know that in 2020, near the start of the pandemic, unemployment in Maine and the nation hit nearly depression-level highs. Even though Maine's economy quickly reopened, challenges in getting residents back into the workforce persisted. The impact of COVID-19 on schools and childcare has reverberated to their parents, and remote work and modifications to how work is done continues. Like other services, Aspire adapted. It limited in-person engagement and provided essential services virtually. This alleviated not only COVID-19 concerns, but also some childcare and transportation challenges. Access to in-person alongside online services is now available, and some of our efforts shifted to ensuring basic needs, like increasing SNAP support and providing emergency TANF support during the pandemic. As such, we are now intensifying our work to ensure Aspire responds to our recovery as well as the pandemic to maximize opportunities for Maine families. Today, I am announcing that starting this month, the department is hiring 16 new limited period positions using existing funding to work in the FedCap offices. In partnership with the 11 state employees already stationed in these offices, these workers will provide individualized coaching for participants with special circumstances and reach out to participants who are not engaging with required activities or accessing necessary support services. These additional workers will take a restorative practice approach to avoid sanctions when possible and to ensure participants' success. Should this model prove successful, we would seek legislative approval to make the workers permanent in a future biennial budget as part of a hybrid staffing model for Aspire in the future. I'm also excited to say that in the coming weeks, Maine Department of Health and Human Services will issue a 2022 Request for Proposals, or RFP. It will serve as a basis for Aspire reform. We consulted with experts across the nation and incorporated stakeholder feedback in crafting it, reflecting a strategic vision for the next 5 years of the program. You will hear a little more about it from our team later in this presentation, but we are committed to briefing the public and the rest of you when the RFP is posted. In closing, I want to assure you that we share the sense of urgency and importance of helping Maine residents benefit from Aspire. The pandemic affected this work as it did most aspects of the Maine economy, but we remain committed to its improvement. So with that, I will turn it back over to Molly, who will then work with Director Pilot and Deputy Director Ham on going through the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lambrou. Do we have time for a question, or do you want to save those to the end, Molly?
I think if it's a question for Commissioner Lambrou, then I think we're going to lose her to other work, but
okay.
Anything report related, we can wait till the end. So
is that who you wanted to address, Representative Madigan?
Yes.
Please ask your question.
I just want to know if the RFP, if the intent is to replace the work that FedCap is currently doing.
So let me back up a little bit. I mean, there was an RFP that was issued in 2016 for a vendor to conduct the work of the Aspire program. FedCap was the vendor who won that RFP. We have committed to going out to a new request for proposals. So any vendor can apply as they can in any competitive procurement activity. I think what's different about this one than the one in 2016 is we are trying to build in many of our program goals. I mentioned this idea of trying to have these tracks for education and strategic areas of workforce development. We want to build that into the RFP. We want to think hard about how we have this individualized coaching model at the center of this program. Again, going back to how do we build the services around the families. We also want to make sure that we have this restorative practice approach to people who may be struggling to meet the program's requirements built into the RFP, because if built into it, the vendor who comes in with the best proposal would become the one that operates the program. And then because it is in the contract, we can hold them accountable.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions of the commissioners, so I'm sure you'll have other obligations. So,
well, thank you all very much. And I'm here again to convey how much we share your view that this is a critical program for Maine residents, and we share your commitment to improve it. So with that, I'll turn it back to Molly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. We will walk through the report that we sent last night. I have no doubt that you have not had the opportunity to sit with it and digest it as much as you'd like to. So we will show you some highlights in the data and in the updates to our programs, as well as dive in a little bit more to the Aspire program toward the end. But you know, as I think we said in September when we presented the first iteration, this is the start of the conversation. And so we're happy to continue engaging with you after this report when you've had a little bit more time to digest the work. So I'm going to start sharing my screen, and I will skip the first couple of slides because those were sort of framing us up with Commissioner Lambrou. And I just ran over the agenda. And so we'll dive right into the report, and I will hand it over to Director Pilat.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and other members of the DHHS committee. Tony Pilat here today to run through the exciting numbers of the LIFT report. This is our second iteration. I was just mentioning to the team, it felt like we had just done this, and they reminded me we did do this in September. So we'll see what changes there are in this iteration of the report. On this particular slide, we're highlighting some of the highlights of the leveraging investments so families can thrive legislation dictated items in the report. But the following slides will call out some of the more compelling data points. So the first slide here is really just showing, again, a continued decrease of TANF households compared to 100% federal poverty level. And I think a big takeaway here is, as the commissioner had mentioned, the impact of the pandemic has certainly limited the amount of individuals participating in the TANF program. For example, some of the statistics that we've seen over the last year for households that have either been denied or closed off the program, it's either for the top reason has been for no eligible child in the household. Number two was for over income, and of course, over income could be a variety of things, but especially during the pandemic, when we've had things like the UIB enhancements to households, child tax credit, those things have impacted people's ability to become eligible for the TANF program or stay eligible. So this particular slide is just showing that slight decrease from 2019 to 2020. This next slide, actually the next two slides really just show the number of children under 5 years old receiving WIC and TANF and WIC and SNAP program. And I think a big highlight here is the recent memorandum of understanding between the CDC and Office for Family Independence, where it will allow us to share some additional data points between the offices to improve outreach for WIC. So we're looking to have this MOU serve as a foundation of improving outreach and sign up for children on the WIC program. This is the second SNAP WIC benefit slide. Now this one is essentially showing a breakdown of the different education levels for adult parents and caretaker relatives on the TANF program. As you could see, we have a significant part of the population at just about under 25% of them not having high school education. And so when someone enters the TANF program, one of the key focus areas for participants is to get them enrolled in an equivalency program to get them, high school level education. So this slide also, again, another snippet from the LIFT report shows our SNAP recipient by age range. Of course, much of the population of this age range group falls right in the middle section of 18 to 59. And on this slide, we're just showing that approximately 30% of our SNAP recipients have some sort of disability as would be defined by the Social Security Administration. Now here's an interesting slide. It shows our total enrollment in main care for all coverage groups has steadily increased over the last couple of years. And of course, it's no misunderstanding of the importance of health insurance coverage in Maine. And of course, that increased with the first year of the pandemic. Happy to report that also in 2020, we saw significant, well, I say significant, a couple of percentage points may not seem significant to folks, but to me, I see a lot of improvement in our timely processing of main care applications. So a lot of credit to staff who have been working under a lot of duress, continuing to provide services to Maine people in as timely fashion as possible, with the volume of applications steadily increasing over the last couple of years. And this particular slide's always an area that we would like to continue to improve on, but this is our average waiting time for clients to speak to individuals who can help them through our call center. And as you can see, typically we see a spike around the month of September and the holidays. And I usually, from what I can gather from what we see from data, is that typically at the beginning of the school year and around the holidays, we see people that are we see an uptick in applications for assistance to the household. And that big drop off in 2019 is around the time when we started the call center approach, which allowed us to attend to about 35 to 40% of all calls to handle simple questions like, did you get my materials? Where can I apply for services? Is there an update on my case status? That's like the first line of question and answer provided by our call center staff. And then, of course, if there's a need for interview or more substantial conversation about eligibility, policy and program rules, for example, then those would get transferred to an eligibility specialist. So I can pause here because we kind of went through the data slides really quickly, and want to give folks an opportunity to ask any questions on any of those data slides before we move into program updates for SNAP, main care, and TANF.
Are there any questions of the committee members? Yes, Representative Perry. When you're unmuted.
Sorry. I do have to put the mute off. When you talked about the call center, are you talking about 211, or is this a different call center that's specifically for those who are in the LIFT program?
Thank you for the question. It's actually separate from 211. And the Office for Family Independence has its own statewide 800 number that when people have questions about their services, whether they are looking to apply or they need to recertify for benefits that they're already receiving, or if they have other policy or program questions, they call this number, and we have customer reps that answer that first question. It's kind of like a greeting and triage process, if you will, where they can answer a lot of the simple questions and look up, status of cases, et cetera. And then if there's more substantial conversation that's needed, then they would get transferred to an eligibility specialist who could be on call to take these phone conversations anywhere in the state.
How do they find out about this number?
It's printed on all of our letter communications to clients. It's also posted on both our online application and recertification service, My Main Connection, and it's also posted on our OFI state webpage.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I mean, are there providers who are aware of this, who may want to refer their family to such a system, and are providers made known of this?
Yes, it's. I would say it's we communicate regularly. For example, on a monthly basis. Monthly, we have our community partners meeting, and we have folks from all sorts of constituency and advocacy participate, and we take a significant volume of calls. High-end weeks, we're taking 300 calls an hour. So I'm pretty sure the number is out there for people to use.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative Javner.
Thank you very much, Senator Claxton. If you could go back one slide and show us the previous. Oh, I'm sorry. I think it's slide. There we go. Thank you so much. So just explain to us, what was the success for, June 30th, 2020? I mean, we were down to 0. Is that simply because of extra workforce that was added at that time?
June 30, 2020, that's a great pickup, because I have no idea why it's listed at 0. If I had ever thought we would have an average wait time of 0, I would be very happy about that. So I'm wondering if it's just a kind of a trick of the eye, where maybe the data point was taken at a particular point of the day where, I don't know, that's a good pickup on your part. I didn't recognize that. And I've looked at this a few times.
Snow melted.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, it also could be, we have had, certainly not on June 30th. I don't know what would have been we do have administrative days, but of course that's only when we have storms, et cetera. So yeah, that's a good question. Let me take a quick look at the calendar and see what day June 30th was.
And just, I want to add that if you look in the report, it looks like the metric is actually 11 seconds for a connection. So it is close enough to 0 on it that it looks like 0, but there is a data point behind that is not 0. Just so we're aware it's not a data inaccuracy.
No, thank you. I'm very curious what the parameters were and what was happening at that time to make it so successful. I am curious as to why that would be. So if we could somehow get that, that would be really great. And I just want to say thank you for this report. It's very, very interesting.
Those numbers are consistent across June 30th for several years in a row. Representative Meyer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Pilot, for being here today. In looking over the report last night, I noticed that there was data on calls to OFI. The percent of calls terminated by the caller is at 38% in September, 33% in October, with a wait time close to 10 minutes. The percentage has increased significantly since May and June of 21, when it was 9%. So there's a lot of people who are calling but hanging up because they're not able to speak with anyone and get the help they need. And I wonder if you have any sense for what might account for that increase.
The increase in call volume? Or
Well,
the increase
this would be
in
the
hang-up?
increase in hangups, yeah, in terminating calls.
Well, there could be a variety of different reasons why people are hanging up more often. It could be that if we were to look at again, this is an average waiting time that spans both the initial triage of the call center as well as the eligibility specialist wait times. And of course, eligibility specialist wait times can be higher. And that's often because the conversations with the eligibility specialist are significantly longer. So for example, if we're doing an application interview or a recertification interview that can be upwards of 45 minutes to an hour, then an eligibility specialist is on the phone with one individual. So that in turn, if we're getting an increase of calls about program benefits, for example, perhaps there's a delay in someone's main care being approved or SNAP being approved, depends on the time of the month. If there's issuance week is usually a busy week. If people are expecting their benefits to be available and it's not, and they are nervous and need to get through, that can drive up the call volume. And of course, we only have so many eligibility specialists that can take some of those long, substantial calls. So the wait times will grow as individuals are waiting to get through. And I think it's in our nature to, I don't know, I've had to wait on a phone call for quite a long time before as well. And I think we all get a point where we're going to hang up if we can't get through. So I'm guessing that it's a combination of those several factors.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, just one more question.
Please.
So I see in the report that the TANF to poverty ratio, which to me means the number of families with kids in poverty who are not getting the help that they need. It's worse in 21 than it is in 20. So I see also in the report that there may be some ways to address that TANF to poverty ratio by making some changes in eligibility. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that.
Of course, thank you. I think one factor that could be looked at by this committee is how TANF is determined for households. Right now, we use what is called standard of need, which is a significant percentage below 100% FPL. And so I think one of the challenging things for when we're looking at that particular chart is it will always show a significant decrease of TANF families receiving assistance from the 100% FPL because they're not really comparative income level limits for the household. So one thing that could be done is to change Maine from a standard of need determination for TANF households and look at FPL determinations for households. And I do think that you would see, well, we know from some discussions about this internally as a team, we do know that you would see an increase in families eligible for TANF services. There are other factors there, of course. It would take, for example, change to state rule to allow this. We'd also need to make a change to our ACF plan, our Administration for Children and Families plan, that would need to be part of that. And there would be other impacts to programs like child support, how that is handled. But I do think that would show a population increase in those eligible for the TANF program if we were to move away from standard of need determination to an FPL determination.
Thank you.
Yes, Bethany Ham.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer. Thank you for having me here today. Again, I'm Bethany Ham, one of 3 deputy commissioners here at the department. I just want to add a little bit of context to the answer and the question that Representative Meyer just asked, and that I think there are a number of states that still use the standard of need allowance. It's been in existence since the AFDC program was there. And so a number of states still use it. And then there are a number of states that do not. So I think to Tony's point, it is something that could be explored. I think what I would add to that conversation is the fact that if this would be contemplated by the legislature, that before any changes occur, that a comprehensive analysis of such change would need to occur prior to any movement of a change in policy. And I say that because there are likely to be some unintended consequences that could have a negative impact on families by changing eligibility. And it could impact, as Tony indicated, child support. It could impact special needs housing allowance, which is $300 a month that they receive now. So I would caution folks before any change is made to do an in-depth analysis of that change to make sure we avoid any unintended consequences. And I would just also add to just as a backdrop for the report and the numbers that we're seeing, TANF hasn't been reauthorized in many, many years. It just keeps getting extended at the federal level. And there are a lot of federal requirements that impact the numbers that we see. And as an example, work participation rates, those rates do not measure outcomes, which is what we're trying to do here, right? We're trying to measure the outcomes of our families as they work their way through our programming. And much of our programming is designed at the federal level to a degree that really impacts our ability to measure those successful outcomes. And that's not an excuse. That is something that I can assure you that all of the 50 states across the country share with regard to how that federal program is structured. So reauthorization at the federal level would be a welcome change, and we have a lot of state leaders that are ready to weigh in on that. And I just wanted that as a backdrop, because even though we have flexibility in the TANF program, there are still a lot of hindrances related to the federal law. And so we can do much better, and we're trying to do that. You heard what Commissioner Lambrou had to say in that regard, and we don't want to let those federal requirements impact our families to the degree possible. And that's what we're trying to navigate here.
Thank you for that. Senator Moore?
Thank you, Senator Claxton. On slide number 12, you show your main care application processing times. Do you track I guess it might be because I have one of my constituents complained that she's been trying for 2 weeks now to get somebody from TANF to call her back and to deal with some of her questions. So she's having an issue with her TANF application. Is that a metric that you also are tracking? The amount of time for TANF application processing, I guess, would be maybe the title instead of just the main care.
Yes, we're able to track all of the program specific applications that we process.
So how are we doing on TANF response then?
Well, I think we're doing quite well. They're probably very similar to the main care application processing times. And what I would remind everyone is that many people that apply for benefits aren't just applying for one program. Right. So, it could be that many of these main care application numbers that we're showing you here also are indicative of TANF processing times as well.
Yeah, right, because they can check multiple boxes and say SNAP, TANF, whichever it might be.
That's correct. And most families do. We do have a lot of program only households, but TANF I would hazard is extremely timely these days.
Okay. Not according to my constituent, but that's okay. Thank you.
Representative Stover.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would concur with Senator Moore. I get calls from my constituents as well about their wait times. Is it possible to get a similar chart like we received, like the other slide, for TANF wait times, even for a year?
Of course, we can do that.
Yes, Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was, like Senator Moore, was just looking at slide 12 again, and Representative Stover. And I just, a comment, I noticed that the number of people who wait more than 45 days, or the percentage of people waiting 45 days, has really dropped considerably from where it was several years ago. That's, and also the number of applications that took less than a day, it increased from around 7,000 to around 8,000. So those two things probably reflect a lot of hard work, and that hard work is leading to more people getting healthcare coverage. And so I appreciate the department's and your office's work on that.
Thank you for acknowledging that, Representative Zager.
Representative Lemlin.
Thank you, Senator. Do you happen to know the total applications for 2021?
I don't off the top of my head, sir, but I can get the number.
Was there a follow-up question, Representative Lemlin?
No, thank you.
Okay. So I had a number of questions about the data. I commented from so many different ways. I'm a little confused about where to start. But is there data that we should be seeing that would help us understand what the department needs to continue to improve on what it's doing? And is there extraneous data in what we're seeing that we could just not bother with another time? So that may not be really easy to answer right now, and might be a follow-up, but I'm a big data believer, but I'm also not thinking that all data is worth anything. That the important data that drives change is what I care about. So it's a general question.
Yes, I would be happy to work with the team to make some suggestions for how this particular report can be more effective in the numbers that it provides, to show how we think, at least we believe, we can achieve our objectives more effectively and efficiently.
That would be great, because we have a concept draft bill available to be populated. And if you all have some things that you'd like to have us stipulate to in that would be a place to talk those, if your group wants to come up with some of those kinds of things. As a, for instance, if you went back to slide 7 or 8, I think what it shows, the way I read it, is that there is a, keep going, it's the population characteristics, that one right there. My suspicion is that this is a representation of a population that's not likely to change much over time. And what I'm interested in is what happens to the cohort of people who in 2000, what's the first date, 16, were on this draft. What happens to them in the next 6 months, 1 year, 18 months, 2 years? I'm looking for some measure of how many people migrated from dark blue to light blue, how many people moved, how many people went down, just to get a sense of how effective they are. My suspicion is that what's displayed there won't look any different 10 years from now, because that's the population. The numbers may change, but percentage won't likely. That's the population that's going to be held with this. I'd love to see the total population go down, but I'm looking for some better way that you, as you referenced, Director Pilat, to measure progress in these efforts. And I don't think I've really seen it yet in terms of the really big picture of success in helping people migrate from where they are to where they want to be.
I know in the report, there's another chart that mirrors this for the same population, obviously different individuals, but measures the same folks 1 year after TANF has been closed. I'm not adept enough to provide any analysis for you on the spot, but I think that is the kind of data that we all agree is what is helpful for assessing these programs. It's good to know who is coming in the door, but the more important thing, or at least equally as important, is knowing how we improve their ability to be self-sustaining after they leave the program. And so data like that and
right.
other metrics are certainly important. And as Tony said, we can think a little bit more together about how we can improve it.
That would be good, because that's the real metric. How are we doing with our intention? And then would the department think about, we heard from Deputy Director Ham about the legislature not taking on any policy changes without analyzing the impact. I'd love to see the relationship flipped, and I'd love to hear from the department about, we've considered the following options, and this is what we understand as the downstream impact, rather than waiting for us. And I don't know if you have the resources to do that. I'm not being critical, but I think that will be a more helpful, better flow of information, rather than us legislators who don't know anything or don't know much about what you're doing, trying to craft something that's not going to work. So just as a process suggestion.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think timing and capacity got the better of us for this report. It is definitely
totally understand that, but it's an invitation to think maybe a little differently about these things.
Yeah, and I think we agree. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going back a little bit more on educational attainment. It looks like that we're not seeing a lot of movement in folks getting education and training. And I mean, the number of people terminated from TANF without a high school education rose by 5%. So what are we doing? What is the strategy to move people who want to attain education that helps further their ability to move into the workforce and sustain their families with good paying jobs? What are we doing to move more people in that direction?
Well, I think some of those things, first of all, I think it's important to again acknowledge that over the last couple of years, dealing with the pandemic, and it's really had an impact on the ability for individuals to pursue things as freely as they'd like to. And I think going forward, as we have been doing now, we've been making as many accommodations as allowable to work with families to move at their own pace and at their own comfort level as we still, again, deal with the pandemic. And I think an important focus going into the future is we just continue to support their choices about how they want to evolve and improve their family. And so that does mean, as the commissioner mentioned, bringing in some additional folks that can help work with families more directly about their individual needs and skills. That means having not just the Aspire program be part of the solution. It also means whole family services that we started establishing over the past summer. It means expanding our HOPE program, which you'll hear a little bit more about later. I think it's a combination of these things that all work together to encompass the individual family and what their needs are to be successful, while still acknowledging that it's ultimately their choice what path or career path they want to take, whether it's certification, if it's trades, or if it's or college education. I think all of those things are viable opportunities for families to improve their situation.
Deputy Director Ham.
Hi, I would just add to that it takes the reinvention of our TANF program. That's what it's going to take in terms of, at least if you're talking about the TANF population, Representative Meyer, and that's bold action to move away from transactional programming and chasing work requirements that don't promote meaningful engagement. That's what it's going to take, and I think that's what we are definitely in support of as we move to go out with the RFP. That is our goal, is to provide more meaningful engagement that encompasses a variety of things, and some of which Tony just spoke of. Embedding the pillars of a 2-gen approach. That is one of the goals. Meeting families where they're at and their children, the family coaching, the restorative practices, and looking at our TANF program through a racial equity lens. And that is something that we are committed to doing. Again, we will work within the confines of the federal regulations, but we have some flexibility where we can promote those type of approaches in order to alleviate barriers like trauma and language barriers and childcare barriers, so that we can work to move these families to a better place rather than chasing meaningless work activity, transactional type of approaches.
Okay. Next step in the process, Molly?
All right, so we're just going to give a few updates of some recent activity that OFI has undertaken. First is, I'm very proud of my senior SNAP program manager, who has put together in partnership with the Maine Department of Education, our pandemic EBT response. For 2020, we issued over 35 million in emergency pandemic food benefits to Maine children that were obviously going through quite a bit at school. Guess they're still doing that as well. And we are looking to submit and hopefully get approval for a PBT approval for this school year 21 and 22. But very proud of the team for having done not only the policy piece of this, but then executing the operation of it, as well as the technology that goes into making that happen. It's a significant effort, and credit to the OFI folks that put put that into motion. And then, of course, also the same team has been ensuring that families are getting the maximum allotment for SNAP benefits. This is in addition to the pandemic EBT benefits that were issued. We've been providing max SNAP benefits to households since April of 2020, and we will continue to put in for that opportunity for approval from FNS. It's pretty much a month-to-month opportunity at this point, but we've been doing it every month. And of course, we did it again in this month of February. So two significant efforts to ensure that families had food benefits to carry them through the pandemic. I see a question there.
Oh, Senator Moore, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cox, and thank you, Anthony, for this information. Just a quick question. I guess it's more of a reminder. What are the circumstances where we actually give cash on their SNAP cards? You know, not just for food benefits, but also like where they can actually withdraw cash with their EBT cards.
Well, we issue predominantly all our cash benefits like TANF or our state supplement benefit go on electronic benefit transfer cards. Is that what you're referring to? We've also done, for example, we did pandemic emergency assistance payments back in September. That was money that was, I think it was about 3.8 million that was provided to us from the Administration for Children and Families, and it allowed us to distribute benefits to families with children, one-time payment. And so we did it in September as a way to help families with kids get ready to go back to school.
That must be what it was. It was just a comment that was made to me, you know, about how somebody had a balance of $3,000, you know, on their EBT card. And so that's why I didn't remember us talking about a cash benefit, but that makes sense of the one-time payment during the pandemic and any of the stuff, state subsidies that we might have done. But that's not a normal thing that goes on regularly, correct?
The pandemic emergency assistance was a one-time funded payment opportunity to help families during the pandemic.
And just, I think to get at your question, and Tony, correct me, but clients can't withdraw cash from their SNAP benefit. So if they get a SNAP benefit per month, they can't go to an ATM and withdraw that like they can TANF benefit.
That is correct. They are a separate benefit as on the card, and how it works at a very high level is when someone goes to a retail store to purchase products, SNAP benefits will only pay for approved food items, and the retailers have that in their system. And then other non-approved food items, such as paper products or stuff of that nature, toiletries, those types of things would then be able to be paid for out of the TANF account. So if a client goes in, they have to basically make two transactions that are split by the retailer, one for the food and one for the non-food items.
Does that answer your question, Senator Moore?
Thank you, it does. And I'm sure, you know, just understanding that that's what's going on with that. So that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions.
All right, so some updates on main care eligibility. Just want to highlight that, of course, Maine people continue to benefit from the expanded eligibility of main care since 2019. We've been covering a significant amount of folks that weren't in a coverable group before. So that's very exciting to see that we've got, I think when this slide was put together, it was 89. Now I'm quite sure we're over 90,000 individuals who are actively enrolled in the main care expansion program. So that's very significant. We've also made some improvements to a couple other programs One is presumptive eligibility. This essentially allows facilities like some hospitals and family planning sites to make an assessment of an individual and provide them main care coverage on the presumption that they will be eligible once they hand that material over to OFI. So that has been on liftoff in 2021. And then as well as an expansion of pregnancy-related coverage, we've increased the eligibility period for pregnant women. And it's very exciting to see these changes improve access and coverage for folks to main care health coverage. And then I think one reason we had Deputy Commissioner Ham here as a guest star this afternoon was to weigh in on a couple of projects that she was significantly impactful in helping launch. One is the HOPE program.
Hi, thanks. Thanks for that lead in, Tony, although unnecessary, but happy to be here and as equally thrilled to talk about the HOPE program, Higher Opportunity Pathways to Employment. This is a program that serves non-cash assistance families. So this program serves individuals outside of the TANF program. It serves families with minor children. They have the similar type of makeup or demographic as a TANF family, but may have slightly higher incomes and again, not receiving cash assistance. And so since in 2021, we had enrollment pass, as you can see, 400, which is tremendous. Very excited about that number. Previous legislation increased the slots that we could assist families in the HOPE program to 800. So we're building on that, and we hope to achieve that 800 case count over the course of the next couple of years. As also, 62% of the HOPE students are enrolled in the healthcare related programs. So that's a very important sector of our economy and of great need. So we're thrilled to see those numbers. Over the last year, we expanded supported occupations and bachelor's degree in the program. So we opened it up to more degrees and credentials for individuals to take advantage of, such as teaching degrees. And I believe our two highest sought degrees in the expanded programming are in business administration and early childhood education. So that's wonderful to hear. We had 101 graduates in the HOPE program in 2021, as you can see, and that is a significant increase over the 34 graduates. And then I would also say that, this program is extremely important for low-income families to take advantage of higher education. And it is proving to be quite a successful program. And so it's something that we can draw from as we try to make comparisons between perhaps why the HOPE program is succeeding in enrolling and graduating folks, and why we might be seeing lower numbers in the PASS program, because they are supposed to be somewhat similar. And so I just raise that because I think we have an opportunity to learn here how we might be able to improve what it is we're doing with our PASS participants. The only thing I would say, and I'll end this slide, is that there's a wonderful testimonial here that was shared with the commissioner's office from Director Pilot's office, and an engagement that one of the workers had with a participant. And it's very, very heartwarming. And that is exactly this individual is exactly what we had hoped to see as a result of the implementation of this program. So kudos to that, that participant. And I will stop there. Any questions on the HOPE program?
Yes, I had one. Have we considered a pilot population entering HOPE from the TANF group to see what's successful for HOPE that hasn't been as successful for PAS?
Tony, you'll have to jump in here, but so just to break this down a little bit, you can't be on HOPE if you're on TANF, but if I understand your question, Senator Claxton, if somebody is transitioning off TANF, do they then have a direct pipeline to enter into HOPE if they wanted to pursue higher education through that program? Is that what I'm asking?
My question really was the former. What would it take to offer folks who are currently enrolled in TANF a HOPE style approach to advancing their circumstances, even though it might not technically be the HOPE program?
So we currently, the rules don't allow TANF participants to access the HOPE program, but they do have access to Parents as Scholars, which is very similar. It provides similar supports, et cetera. So they do have that opportunity.
That's one of the places that I think we may be looking to use the LIFT bill to try and do anything we can to move PAS closer to the HOPE model, because one's been wildly successful and the other not so.
To create some parity between the two programs.
Yeah, great. Yeah, get this closer to parity, or as close as we can get.
Yes, understood.
Okay. Representative Madigan, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today, Ms. Ham. My question concerns what I've heard from some constituents who are TANF parents is that it's been more difficult for them to access the Parents as Scholars program, that they've encountered barriers from FedCap at times. And so my understanding from what you're saying today is that someone who's not eligible for TANF, but may need some assistance, get kind of directed towards the HOPE program. So I'm wondering, kind of, is there a way, I like the idea of kind of trying to kind of remove those barriers for TANF families, because obviously it looks like if folks get involved with the HOPE program, it's pretty successful. And I would want our TANF families to have access to that as well. We need the nurses, we need all sorts of folks, and they could join our workforce, and we really need them.
There's no disagreement there, Representative Madigan. I completely agree. I think that there are things that we need to consider here too. We have changed, or at least as a result of feedback from participants and stakeholders around barriers that folks are experiencing in getting enrolled in PASS. We've made some changes to make sure that pathway is offered to them. But I think we also have to factor in that people are in crisis sometimes when they come into our TANF program and need that extra attention and work up front before they can get enrolled and be successful in a program. And so I just want to make sure that we are providing whatever necessary supports and access that they might want to pursue in their pathway through PASS. But I wanted to point out that there may be some distinctions there that we need to make sure that we're focused on with our PASS participants so that they can be successful in that pathway that they wish to pursue. But they got to get there, right? And that's our job. We need to make sure that if that is their pathway that they want to choose to pursue, is that higher education through PASS, we need to make sure that we're eliminating barriers to them being able to do so.
Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you very much.
Okay. If there aren't other questions, I can just move on to the next slide. And I think this is Tony's going to talk a little bit about My Main Connection, and then I'll give you a quick overview of our resource dashboard.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. So essentially, My Main Connection, the original was released in 2010. So when we think about technology and the pace at which it changes year over year, if you could imagine still having the cell phone you had in 2010, that's essentially what we have for an online service right now. And so we're looking forward to replacing the existing My Main Connection coming very soon, hopefully early this summer. And it will change the client experience with how they apply for the benefits that we offer here at OFI, as well as it'll improve how they can recertify for benefits. It'll provide better experience with mobile access. They'll be able to do document uploads, which is something we've heard a lot of our customers ask for over the last several years. Many different data sources will be now available to us to help make providing verifications and completing applications and recertifications much easier. And also want to mention that there's been early involvement from clients and advocates on what this should look like, and there'll be another opportunity for many of them to see it before it is launched into production. So we're very, very excited about this initial replacement of My Main Connection coming early this summer, and I'm happy to report there's also work underway for the next phase of My Main Connection, which will involve adding in our popular program HOPE and emergency assistance and alternative aid. Beth was going to then, I think, talk about the benefits cliff calculator.
Yeah, so this is an exciting opportunity that we have here in Maine. We're one of just a very few states that has had the opportunity to partner with the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta to develop a Maine-specific tool that we're referring to as a dashboard. It also is commonly referred to as a benefits cliff calculator, and many of you have probably heard of challenges that our participants face when they take a job where they're making a little bit more money, but they may lose a benefit that doesn't provide them a net gain in the end. And so they may be discouraged from taking that job because they're fearful that they could lose their housing if they can't pay their rent, or they may lose their childcare, et cetera. So we have been working on benefits cliff work in a group of states called Whole Family Approach to Jobs, and it involves the 6 New England states. And so as part of that work, as I said, we partnered with the Atlanta Federal Reserve, and we launched, as of tomorrow, I'm proud to say, a pilot that will include several different pilot sites that will be working with their participants that they see on a regular basis to utilize this resource dashboard. So they can choose a career path. They can indicate what particular benefits that they might be on, and they can see their wage trajectory or growth over several years, and how that wage, based on the sector of employment or the job that they choose, impacts their benefits as their wages grow. And so what this is meant to do, it's not meant to discourage people from entering into employment at all. It is meant to provide them with a real transparent view in the choices that they make in their career path. And one of the good examples is that we've seen demonstrated by the Federal Reserve Bank is someone who chooses an LPN versus an RN degree. And it really does give them, the participant, a real-time view of the choice between taking the path of an LPN versus taking the path of an RN. And so if somebody originally wanted to pursue an LPN, after the review of the dashboard and the coaching that goes along with it, there has to be specific coaching that goes along with it that is going to be deployed as well. They may choose to change their mind and say it's worth it for me to pursue that RN degree. The sites that we're piloting with are Family Futures Down East, KV CAP, the HOPE program, Macaulay residents, one of the one-stop career centers, and FedCap. So those are the pilot sites at the moment, and that pilot will run through mid-April. And then there is an evaluation as part of that pilot that will come after that. But this is also a policymaker tool. It is used as a policy tool for the legislature in Connecticut at the moment. And so they're able to look at specific policy changes and determine, based on the trajectory of their of individuals on public assistance programs, where they may see those taxpayer gains as well. So it's an exciting time, and we're looking forward to being able to really help folks determine what is the best path for them and recognize where they will need to where they may see those pitfalls that they can be better prepared for. Any questions on that?
Yes, Representative Perry?
Yes, I guess a question I have is also the possibility of looking at an educational apprenticeship program that allows somebody to work in the field that they are being educated in.
So I'm happy for that question, Representative Perry. There is actually an apprenticeship program. There are apprenticeship programs that are being deployed out of the Department of Labor. And we also are working, DHHS is working with the Department of Labor. This is part of the governor's main jobs and recovery plan. So there is a tremendous amount of work that's being done to stand up apprenticeships. And I also know that DOL, Department of Labor, did receive a grant specifically for apprenticeships, but we also have a focused healthcare apprenticeship program that's going to be launched in the next few months. So I'm very happy to get you more detail around that if that would be helpful for you. But I do know that there is a lot of that work going on.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions of Deputy Director Ham? I'm not seeing any, so thank you for this. This sounds exciting.
Okay, I think we just have a couple more slides, and then we can finish up here. So Molly, can you advance us to the next slide?
Yeah, are you seeing the TANF program slide?
No.
Nope.
Well, I am. That's a problem.
Well, I have it up separately if you just want me to speak to it.
How about now?
No,
All right, let me.
we're still on slide 17, Molly.
That is very odd, isn't it? All right, let me share again. How's that?
Not yet.
About that, because my screen.
Yeah, we have a note that says Molly Bogar has started sharing, screen sharing.
All right, and I just got disconnected.
Well, I can read from the slide if folks are okay with that.
Gonna try one more time.
Okay, there it is.
All right, there we go.
Good.
Thank you.
All right, so a few TANF updates to highlight from this past year is we did eliminate the full family sanction. It was completed as of October of this year. So that essentially it removes the full program impact of a sanction of of the individual. So that was something that we were able to implement relatively in short order after the legislative change. And then whole family services was implemented over the summer. There's a young program manager by the name of Timothy Sternovan. He's done a terrific job setting this program up. As you can see, as of December, we had 188 families enrolled in this 2-generation family-centered coaching service that helps people really work through the needs that they have and prioritize them the way that accommodate their ability to overcome any barriers and become stable and successful in their career pursuit. So very excited about the launch of that program and how well that's doing. That's going to be on par with the success of our HOPE program, I believe. And then, of course, we have STEP disregard and HOPE evaluation coming sometime this year. We've contracted with a national evaluation team. It used to be called Impact, but I guess now they go by American Institutes for Research. So hopefully we'll be able to get some qualitative information about how the STEP disregard has impacted families since it was implemented and the impact of the HOPE program on families. So I'm looking forward to that report. And then finally, I think getting back to your earlier question, Senator Claxton, I think we can learn from the HOPE program and maybe bring some of those successes over to the past program. And for example, the use of navigator services to help people. We've seen that can be successful with the HOPE program by using some of those same ideas like navigator services. We can hopefully improve past participation. And I think our next slide will talk a little bit more about Aspire. A lot of this, the commissioner highlighted at the beginning. So we are bringing on 16 new limited period positions to help with intensive case management work. So they'll focus on coaching families and reaching out to families that aren't engaging to help them get their feet under them and move forward with becoming self-sustaining and self-sufficient. And so we're looking forward to having these positions hired and brought in and have them begin doing that work. In the meantime, we do have some existing staff statewide that have started that work to kind of get us at kind of a bridge service, if you will, until we can get these positions in to take on that primary responsibility. And then, of course, we also talked, the commissioner also talked a bit about the request for proposals, which we anticipate going out in the next couple of months.
Is that the addition of the 16 new staff who are limited period? Is that considered a pilot? How long are they to be available?
Well, I believe the commissioner had mentioned, that the goal is to hopefully get them permanent positions in the biennial budget. But what we would like to see first is how much gain we can make from taking a more intensive case management service role, and see what the impacts of that are. So I anticipate we'll have much more conversation after they've been brought in and have had a chance to work with some of the families that are in need of those services.
And are we tracking any particularly unique data for this group, or can we look at them as a cohort for anybody that they touch?
Well, I do believe they will be tracking all of the individuals that they work with. And I believe, as the second bullet here, it kind of indicates the participant group that we hope to hone in on and help. The neediest of the families that are TANF and past participants. Those are the ones that we would like to deploy these 16 positions to begin working with. So of course we have identified these individuals, and then we can see if the work that these positions are conducting can help substantially make improvement to their path to success. Deputy Commissioner Ham, did you want to weigh in?
I would just add that these resources that are being brought on, along with what you're seeing in the PowerPoint slide and what the commissioner mentioned earlier in the presentation, are meant to be able for the department to bring back in functions that currently rest with our vendor, such as good cause, sanctions. They do a lot of that upfront work, and we feel that much of that function belongs with the department. So we're going to be doing, they're going to be doing that type of work as well. So again, I would just say that the goal of adding these positions is to be able to have a more hybrid approach where the department feels we need to manage some of the more important functions that have an impact on the families that we're serving.
Thank you. Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report. That's great. And I'm really excited about all of the work-related supports. But I just wonder, are you going to be offering supports, for example, for families who have substance use disorder or mental health needs or that sort of thing? And how's that going to work in coordination with your work-related supports?
Well, conceptually, the idea of having more focused attention from these new resources to work with these families will address a lot of those barriers that you just mentioned, and that might be connecting them to other services in the area that might help them work through those challenges and barriers. So I do anticipate that is likely we'll see some positive outcomes from that.
And I would add, Representative Craven, that the 2-gen pillar approach is meant to do exactly just that, is to get at those barriers. If somebody has substance use disorder, make sure that they're able to get the appropriate treatment that they need, so that they can fully participate in the program. So focusing again on the family and the children under those pillars is absolutely meant to address those more substantive barriers that keep families from being able to progress.
Thank you.
Very good. Is that the last slide, Molly?
It was. I jumped the gun a little bit so we could see each other, but that was it. The next one was questions. So
Okay. So are there any other questions for the folks who've helped us understand a little bit more about where things stand? All right. I'm not seeing any, so we'll thank everybody for being here. Deputy Director Ham and Director Pilati. I appreciate that. And Molly for rounding everybody up.
And I just want to add my thanks for the work that the department's doing in this arena. It's important work, as I know that you know, and I'm really pleased about the 16 positions coming inside. And I appreciate the clear success of the whole program. So really kudos to all of you for the good work around this.
Right.
Thank you.
So unless I hear otherwise from Anna, do we have anything else on our agenda for the afternoon, Anna?
I do actually have one quick thing, and I'm sorry about this. And this relates to Representative Zager's genome bill. So I have incorrectly been saying that there's an emergency preamble on that bill. There isn't an emergency preamble on that bill. There is only a preamble on that bill. I just wanted to let you know that because I keep saying that there's an emergency preamble on it when there isn't. I don't know how I managed to mistake a regular preamble for an emergency preamble. It just means that if it were to be enacted, it would go into effect 90 days after adjournment. It is a 2-year study, but I just want to own that mea culpa there and let you all know that I misspoke when I said that. That's all I wanted to mention. Since that file came back to me while we were in this meeting and I looked at it and went, oh. So I just want to let you know.
Welcome to the world of being human. It's a tough job. All right. Any other comments, any other business to come before the committee before we entertain a move to adjourn so that chairs, leads, and analysts can get together? I don't see anything, so I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
And a second.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative Lemelin. Any seconds?
Oh, second.
Thank you, Representative Craven. All those in favor of adjournment. See you all tomorrow. Hope so.